Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, June the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, I know you can hear me and see me or see my screen, but unfortunately, I got this echo going again. So just give me a moment, please. I might have forgotten to turn something off. Just give me one moment. There we go. Gosh, so many things to switch on and off. Before I get this going, I just forgot one thing. All right, so what is happening this morning? So yeah, KAVL, bunch of stuff with it, really. I mean, it's an earnings play, had some news, etc. And it's a low float, 13.9 million in the float. Tons of volume already, 10 million. Again, we can only wait and see what's going to happen once this market opens, and that is KAVL. The EYEI. This used to be a big deal. I don't know how big a deal it is anymore, but this used to be a big deal. This is a company being added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So, well, I guess it was a big deal after hours. That was the announcement. But we used to see these sort of announcements, and then even the next day, you'd see the stocks still climbing and climbing and climbing. Haven't seen that recently, so I'm actually looking at this for a potential short, and that is EYE. Yeah, I don't often look at these ones, but this one is moving in a big way, 45% up, 7 million in the float, and we're talking about SONM, and this is under $1. I might get interested if it hits $1. And they say they've got an additional $6.4 million in initial stocking orders. So that is their news this morning, SONM. Now, when I saw this was up. I don't think it's up anymore. COGT, yeah, so when I first saw this one, it was up 959. We finally have what I think is the definitive price of the financing. It looks like it is 825. Excuse me, 825. All day yesterday, I was wondering, well, what is this financing there? Or what is the financing price? It looks like it's 825, and they've actually upscaled it from 125 to 150. So they're raising a ton of money, and it's at 825. So it is above the financing price right now, and that is COGT. That was next on my list. Oracle. Yeah, Oracle is an earnings play. ORCL, big name company. Nice move up for Oracle on earnings. EDU is still active. EDU is still active. Another pop up for it. You know what's coming back? I was going to mention it. Didn't have it in my list, but Revlon, REV. I want to see if there's any specific news. I mean, they filed for Chapter 11 on Friday. That would have been Friday, yes. That was Friday's action for Revlon. Trying to come back a little bit for whatever reason. The high yesterday was 185. Low float. I don't know, just a dead cat bounce or whatever, but I don't see any specific news on it. So we've got HUSA on the move. And we have Indo, INDO. These three we're trading. The other one I'm going to mention. And Marks, they were all trading kind of together a couple of months ago. MARPS. Actually, well, MARPS. That's a big pullback. I mean, it's still up $1.30, 16%, but at one point this was up to what, 11.56 or so. Super crazy low float. So I know I always say it like this, but anything can happen. Anything could happen with this one, MARPS. Yeah, another big one. I have this on my list too. FedEx. FedEx increased their dividend, and also something to do with a shareholder to do with DE Shaw. DE Shaw Group has agreed to certain customary voting and standstill provisions. So increasing the dividend and something to do with a group called D.E. Shaw. This is what I'm talking about right there. D.E. Shaw agreed to certain customary voting and standstill provisions. So that is FedEx, FDX. But I'll be honest, I'm not really seeing anything that's really, oh my, that must be a no volume, yeah. RPTX, yeah, no volume, 115 shares. But I'm really not seeing too much of interest for me. I mean, the KAVL maybe, obviously we'll keep an eye on the AERC. I don't know if you guys saw this after hours action and then like right into the close and then the after hours. My goodness, that got up to 18. Even pre-market, it got up to 22, or sorry, 2022 or so. What was the actual high? I guess it got up to 20 in the pre-market. Big pullback though. And the Dawn, DAWN. Yeah. So, well, you know what? At least they raised money a lot higher than they could have 2 days ago. That's the big deal. So yes, they did a financing, and more power to them getting it up at this level anyway. 125 million. Do I see the? I don't see a price. Another one. I just don't see the price. Yeah, terms of the offering, including pricing, are yet to be disclosed. So that is, yeah, that's DAWN. This one, CLR, yeah, what I read about this one, I guess there is a shareholder who wants to, like a billionaire fracking guy. Fracking billionaire Harold Hamm, he's proposing to buy the remainder of CLR. And I thought it was a $70 offer. So this is the news on CLR. So they already owned 83%. Now they want to pick up the remaining 17% at $70 a share. And it's, yeah, it's above that price right now. All right, I'm just looking to see if anything else is, yeah, the RDBX, it's just, it's funny, not funny, but Interactive Brokers now puts the big red dot saying it is not shortable. Not shortable, as opposed to the faded greens, which would mean, well, we'll try to find shares for you. So I wonder what the borrowing costs, if Zach, I don't know if he's in the room yet, but I wonder what the borrowing costs to short RDBX is. But again, Interactive Brokers is just putting that big red dot saying, you know what, this is not shortable. So we're going to have a minor gap up. I remain very skeptical this little gap up is going to hold, but we'll have to see, of course. It's starting to fade a little bit before this market opens. Yeah, I do see the fee rate. Yeah, 900, 904 for RDBX, but it does say not available. So Thanks for that, Large. All right, guys, it is now 9:10. Let me see if briefing.com has delivered to my email the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Yes. All right. Well, we have a few upgrades and a few more downgrades. Let me get some of them in. All right. There are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the downgrades in now. And as what I thought, obviously we have, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but we have more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Netflix, another downgrade. Coin downgraded by JP Morgan. What? Best Buy downgraded by Bank of America. Here are they. Oh, and I see the downgrade, yeah, the benchmark company, AERC downgrading them. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So again, this is what I look at in the pre-market. I'm just looking at my pre-market actives up and down. These are top lists and these are alert windows. So when a stock makes a new high or a new low, it will trigger in the gap up and down, and I have text to voice so I can hear the symbol being read out. But this is really what I concentrate on. This is sort of my go-to. And of course, I'm sharing this. There's the I, I really thought about shorting this one up here. I didn't, but really thinking about seeing how this plays out. EYE. I mean, the news is that they've been added to the small cap 600. S&P, the S&P small cap 600. So and what else might we have here? Nothing else is kind of sneaking in here. There's that Revlon though, REV, kind of interesting. I mean, I don't see any specific news on it. It just must be people trying to bottom fish here. And for no other reason than that, I don't see any news on this. Yesterday was a very choppy day. I mean, I was able to, carve, good profit out of the AERC, but it was not easy. It was really not easy. I think I was in that one, I want to say at the end of the day, probably 7 times. And yes, if I just held my initial position and held it all the way to the end of the day, sure, would have been a lot better. But that you just don't know what's going to happen. You get this nonsense. I mean, it goes up to 20 and then down to 14. I mean, come on, pretty tough, pretty tough to hold on. So in these kind of trades, if I'm in something like this and I have, depending how many shares I've got, and it goes, 50, 60, 70 cents in a minute, I'm out. I'm just going to take it. Yeah, I guess that's the conjecture now, isn't it? At 75 basis points tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, let's see. I'm not feeling this market today. Yesterday we had a couple, definitely the AERC, the Dawn, and the COGT were really interesting to follow all day long. Not well, and remember, if you were in the room yesterday, all day we were waiting for this stupid break. I never, ever, we didn't get the break that I wanted anyway. Right here, finally, this thing, went from 14 up to 1471, up to 15. Finally, at the end of the day, I was waiting for this, and I didn't get into it. Is there a? I don't know, TRD. It's, in our YouTube room, somebody's asking, is there an inverse Bitcoin ETF? I'm not sure. If somebody knows, maybe they can tell me. I don't know. I mean, here's the Bitcoin ETF, but I know what you want. If you want to short it, then you want to buy that inverse as opposed to shorting BITO. So I don't know. Is it anybody know if there's an actual inverse to say BITO? I've put the word out in the room. Nobody is saying anything about it. TRD. Nobody's offering that there is one. BITI. Okay, let's take a look at BITI. Trades anything? BITI really? I don't see anything. 250. Is that is that the right symbol? BITI? Well, I'm typing in BITI. Nothing is coming up for me, Interactive Brokers. Oh, that's Toronto. Okay. There must be something. If Toronto's got it as an inverse, got to be something in the U.S. exchanges. Got to be. Well, really, on IB Italy, you can't short BITO. Interesting. Okay. You can certainly short it in IB Canada. All right, let us take a look to see what's happening with the major ETFs this morning. So from our toolbar, I'm clicking on new, and then I'm going to click on the sector status. Oh, first I click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and then the sector status. It'll look a little bit different from yesterday, of course, where everything, including energy, was red. So we have a different look today. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So, I mean, it looks good, but this can turn around in a heartbeat. Anyway, what you're seeing here, XLE as an example, first of all, these are the major sectors. And so XLE, always focus on XLE. That's the energy, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% and it's green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% refers to. So when you look at all these other percentages, that's what they refer to. So for instance, XLK, the big technology ETF, 94% of them are up. Retail, 82% of them are up. Okay, so that's what these percentages refer to. So, of course, this can all turn around. We look at this in a different way half an hour from now, not the change from the close, but the change from the open. It could be very, very different. But right now, yesterday, of course, everything was red, including energy. Everything was red. Wow, look at Indo, guys. Holy smokes, Indo just charging ahead here. I've been surprised about Indo that it has lagged HUSA because this was the really stupid one. Okay, I mean look at this. 4 months ago, got all the way up to $88. You know, there's the float, 2 million in the float. Got all the way up to $88 where it collapsed. But HUSA did not as crazy. I mean, the float is, it's still very low. Not as crazy. Got up to 16, but it's been on a nice little run. I don't know if there's any, I don't know what the reason would be exactly why Indo is not, just because it's just a trading vehicle. But look at the daily chart for Indo versus HUSA. And then there's MARPS, MARPS, but that really pulled back. It was still up quite a bit even after the big pullback. I mean, it's still up 16%. No volume though, 31 million, but that is again another crazy, crazy low float, 1.6 million in the float. So that remains to be seen. Of course, what's going to happen? Well, the market's putting in a bit of a nice little green bar. Green bar. This is just before the open. This is the 15-minute candle before the open. KAVL is just resting here, so it's got a bunch of stuff happening. It's an earnings play, and they also have news. I think their news was something with a Philip Morris PM, Philip Morris affiliate, something to do with a electronic nicotine delivery. Thank God I never got into smoking. Jeez. Okay, so there's the word, guys, or for ETRD. It doesn't appear there's an inverse Bitcoin ETF in the States. There is one in Canada, but not in the US of A. Interesting. Still going to be watching the AERC. I mean, it wasn't easy, but again, it got up to $20 in the pre-market. See if that provides any sort of a magnet later on. Look at SIGA, guys. This looks like it's SIGA. I kept watching it for seems like several weeks to see if it would take out 10. Looks like it's now, I mean, it's still choppy. I mean, it got up a little over 10, but this looks like, unless of course we get some monkeypox news, but I mean, it really looks like this is it. Look at these topping tails on the monthly chart. No, I'm nothing right now at TRD. The only thing I was, no pun intended, the only thing I was eyeing in the pre-market was a short of I, but I did not take it. I wish I had. It's been drifting down. Okay, AERC is trying to get over 16 again. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of some of my price alerts. See how many times I was looking at Dawn and AERC yesterday and COGT. Okay. Now, here's my level. Here's my interesting level, perhaps, say 1640 or so, 1650 or so. See if it takes that out later on. Yeah, the COGT is bouncing somewhat. Again, look at the whipsaw on this one. I mean, this looked really interesting. I was watching this right here. Once I found out that the financing was done at 825, I thought, okay, this is well off that 825 financing. Got up to 955, and then the next candle just erases it. All right, just looking, checking, what time is it now? 9:27, 3 minutes before this opened, 2.5 minutes before they open, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. What about OM? OM, are you, oh, OM, I should have mentioned this one. OM, this is an all-time low now. OM, is it shortable? It is shortable. Terrible spread right now, but no volume. No volume for OM. But, once this market opens, let's see if the volume really picks up. See what happened here. Price target cut to 30 from 55. Okay, but you're sitting at 15. Remember that, Cowan and Stifle. So, yeah, so we're getting, so at one point, some of these companies had this at 50. Now they're cutting the target to 30, and it's just dropping. And that's OM. There's no volume yet. All right, guys. GGPI, what is this one doing? Ah, okay, forget it. All right, HUSA kind of holding. I mean, the high yesterday was 734. What did it get to? Basically got a little bit above that in the pre-market. Lots of little areas it could stall though, HUSA. 1 minute. Thank you, William. All right, everybody, I'm going to shut down my pre-market layout and just wait for this open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And I may even lay off, even if I get something in the 10-day daily breakdown that's an all-time low. I may even lay off. That's the only time I sometimes will take something early. I'm just finding that some of these are actually bouncing now. So, all right, we are now open. So let's see if anything interesting is happening. EDU, big volume coming into EDU. Well, there's the AERC, guys. It just took out that area, but it's so early and it can be so whippy. So, this may run without me. AERC just may run without me. And remember, who was it? JP Morgan, I think, I think it was a $24 price target on EDU. One of the big guys put it I think that was yesterday for EDU. Meanwhile, COGT is drifting down to that financing price, 830, 825, starting to drift down towards it. Okay, so this is an ETF for gas, the natural gas fund. UNG sinking here. Wow, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Way too early for me to take it. The price was 26.40, so it's dropped $1. It is way too early for me to take something like this, though. And I mean, again, guys, look at the AERC. I mean, it's just so choppy. Got up to what, 654, pulls all the way back down to almost $1. I mean, it's moving again, but it'd be nice if that would just settle down a little bit. Okay, guys, OM. So the volume is picking up now. I mentioned OM earlier. There was hardly any volume, but this is now an all-time low. OM is an all-time low. It's not, it probably will show up later on in my 10-day daily breakdown, but the volume's too light. Man, natural gas, you guys. So obviously Boyle or UNG. Wow. And this is what I'm talking about right there. 2640. Just too early for me to do it. So I didn't, it's just, have to, just not comfortable taking a trade right at 9:30. Wow. Now look at ER. I mean, you've got to have, look at AERC now. Again, that 20 at some point may be a big magnet for it. KAVL is just sinking here, guys. KAVL doesn't look like it's going to do much of anything. All right, let's take a look at the market. So NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little for the time being. And we have our first, wow, and a volatility halt. So did Boyle get halted too? UNG just got halted on the way down. Holy smokes. What a drop. How about Boyle? Did it get, Boyle did not get halted yet. Oh, AERC is still whippy, 30, 40, 50 cent moves just like that. Uranium. Look at uranium. What's the URA doing? URA. Yeah, so here's the uranium ETF. I just happen to see UEC. How's CCJ doing? The big one, Cameco. Yeah, so Cameco. So look at uranium. I mean, this is not good either. Oh, American Airlines. Look at American Airlines, AAL. These are just early moves here. AAL. Let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. Jets, Jet ETS. Well, EDU, I mean, there you go. I mean, EDU just kept going. There's one, but I'm not going to beat myself up. 1830, 1930 almost, so it was a dollar move, but EDU just kept going. No pullback yet. All right, ACLX. What sort of room does it have on the way down? The next low looking left is 1818. Wow. I mean, if this took out 1818 ACLX, look left, look at the next low, 1449. Must put an alert in that area and see if it takes it out later on. I'm just going to stick an alert just underneath 18 for ACLX. Well, EDU is on a mission here, guys. Look at this. Even that first 15-minute candle, though, I mean, it got up to what? It got up to 19 something and pulled back 50 cents very quickly, and then it moved higher. It's having a decent day. LI is having a decent day. A nice opening 15-minute candle. It's a 10-day daily breakout. How's NIO doing? NIO? Yeah, so NIO, XPAV, my guess is XPAV, NIO, and LI are going to look the same. The answer is yes. For a while anyway. LI looks better because it's breaking out. It's a 10-day breakout. EQT, take a look at EQT. Whoa, another oil. So gas. Well, let's take a look at the daily chart. The next low looking left is 41 for EQT. I mean, HUSA has been all over the place. I watched this one. They got all the way down to 690, pulled all the way back down. Remember, this was a red bar, and then it just popped. I mean, things are, really tough to trade in the first 15 minutes. And now we're getting this red bar on the SPY, by obviously a betting man. We're all going negative again in terms of the SPY, Dow, and NAS. Another one. So here's another SWN. I guess are these mainly gas companies? Production. So it means it's in the oil and gas extraction, but it looks like, yeah. So it's all these gas companies. So there's another one, SWN, along with Zacks EQT. And okay, well, print this out, guys. This is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at AERC. Looked pretty darn good, didn't it? I mean, at one point, this was at right up to 17 something. Looked like, okay, it's going to take this out. And now look at it, just completely dropped. And it is halted. And it is halted on the way down. So if I were new trading, I wouldn't even trade in the first 30 minutes, never mind 15. I would just try to let things settle down a little bit. So AERC is now halted. Boy, another probably gas play, RRC. Boy, EDU is just ripping here, guys. Now, Dawn again is can be so whippy, but DAWN, it is. Why do I keep? I always. That's about the 10th time I've typed in DWAN. DAWN. I mean, that's like $1.50 move. Don't have a pricing. Don't have a pricing for their financing. Well, HUSA is making a new high. Now that next high looking left was 759. The next high after that is 806, and after that 860. So, and look at that SPY though. Look at the SPY. Are we going negative yet? Not yet. Not quite. Waiting for my gap continuation or reversals to start showing up. I put a delay of 15 minutes on purpose, just to try to let things settle down a little bit. Just waiting for that first 15 minutes. We got another, for me, it's another 45 seconds. And then look at this SPY, guys. Look at that opening candle. And so NAS is negative. SPY is basically flat. Dow is barely up. How's Indo doing? INDO? Yeah, I mean, it's pulled back. I mean, HUSA is really kind of trading on its own. Remember blue from yesterday? Blue continues down. Blue continues down, guys, and the next low looking left is still way down. Well, not way down, but 351. This was my massive miss yesterday as a short. FSK just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows, but FSK just showing up. So based on the market, we are probably going to get quite a few gap up and reversals based on what the market's doing. So I'm looking here, like Billy, B-I-L-I, there was a gap up and now reversing because look what the market's doing. But HUSA, wow, HUSA, HUSA. Boy, I haven't seen Clovis forever. Remember Clovis used to be always active? I mean, this was an $80 stock at one point, way back here. So Clovis, CLVS. Of course, I haven't seen this for a long time because it's been sub $1. So look at Clovis, CLVS. The next high looking left is 143. What's got this one going? I don't see any news on it, but look at Clovis. It's on a low float, 141 million in the float. All right, here is the OM. OM now just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh, now I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 14, number one. Okay, that's my, I want to see it below that whole number. CLVS, guys, I can't see any news on it. I see news. Okay, yesterday after the market closed, because yeah, today is the 14th. So Cantor, okay, so this was the news after the market closed. So that was the pop, got up to 117. So there's your pop. Okay, positive comment in Clovis Oncology, FDA approval, etc., etc. Okay, so that is your news that hit after hours yesterday for CLVS. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the bounce. Yeah, there's a bounce. CLVS, guys, is super interesting. Blue, blue, blue. Continues down. The OM, guys. Wow, look at OM now. Look at OM now. What a great alert now at 14 when it took out 14. All-time low. CLVS, guys, is definitely attracting attention. I mean, there's after hours high is 115 or so. Takes that out. I mean, it's got tons of room. 143 is the next high. I mean, this hasn't been over $1 for a long time. The last time was well, I guess not that long, but May the 6th. May the 6th was the last time this was over $1. Well, I guess SIGA is not dead. SIGA, maybe it's not dead. It just I'm noticing that it's over 10 again. SIGA over 10. Next high looking left is 1025. After that, 1115. So you can see if it can take a 1025. So here's yeah, wow, look at Dawn reversing. Unbelievable. Just still don't see a pricing for it. on their financing. Don't see a pricing. But we still have that 200-day to contend with. Look what it did yesterday. Got basically right into the 200-day. Got up to 1590. And there's the 200-day at 1586. Okay, Beyond Meat is a gap up and reverse. Beyond Meat, BYND, is a gap up and reverse. And the low yesterday was 21.49. So it's about 50 cents away from that low. Yeah, so that was a green bar, however big on that second 15-minute SPY candle, but it is being sold off. It is being sold off. Boy, I wish this were more of a clear shot. I wish that a low of yesterday wasn't so close for BYND. I wish this was it over here, 2050. It's a little bit close though. Now here's another one. IONQ is almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is 416 and it's at 444 right now. Wow, EDU almost at 20 now. Okay, ACLX, and now it did get down below, too quick. It got below 7, but look at this. I mean, this is, these are like 20, 30-cent moves in a heartbeat for ACLX. Oh, you can't trade it. I'm just looking at 1770, 1830 on the bid ask, basically untradeable. Right now anyway. It's just, you can't trade something like that. This is what I'm talking about. There's 1770, 1830. You can't trade that. If this EDU gets really rejected at 20, this is could be an interesting short if it gets rejected. Well, it's now over 20. That upgrade by, was it JP Morgan yesterday? To 24, I think it was. Yeah, JP Morgan just want to 25.30. So put a 24. This was yesterday for EDU. Well, I mean, Jamie, maybe if it gives up 20 again, if it gives up 20, but I mean, it's still super strong. Well, our air purification stocks are doing terribly today. AERC and AUVI. So taking them off the list for a while anyway. Yeah, OM was just too whippy. My goodness, it was way, way, way too whippy. Would have loved to have shorted it, but it just did not settle down. So now, what I've seen, some of these, they actually have nice little pops, bounces off these little. Now, okay, now what? I mean, this SPY action is really, really crazy. Last time I looked at this, that that 15-minute candle, there was a huge topping tail, and the sellers were just taking control, but now the buyers have got control again. So this is tough action. I mean, Billy, the last time I was mentioning Billy, it was a gap up and reverse. A gap up and reverse. Now it's a gap up and go. So, and that's the BILI. So I'm sitting on my hands right now, guys. I'm just not I'm not comfortable with anything yet. I mean, look at Beyond. I mean, they're difficult. I mean, this was a gap up and reverse, BYND. Look interesting, and then it just popped with the market, basically doing what the market's doing. So yeah, FedEx increased their dividend. Is it? Yeah, another move. Yes, another great move. FedEx increased their dividend, and I don't know exactly who D.E. Shaw is, but that was in the press release also. An activist. I guess he's an activist shareholder. Yeah, as board members and deal with activist D.E. Shaw. So well, that was the news for FedEx, FDX. Wow, lost sight of Rev, guys. Remember, I was talking about this Rev. So right now, Rev is above yesterday's high. Yes. So file for Chapter 11 on Friday. Sinks again on Monday. And a bit of a bottom fishing, I suppose. That's what the bottom fishers are doing. And I don't see any specific news on it for Rev. Well, EDU is still very strong. And let's see, I'm not seeing any highs on the monthly chart. 1997 was the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Wow. I mean, look. I didn't realize, like, so you're talking 2 months ago, 2 months ago, this was down to $1.17, basically a penny stock. 2 months ago, EDU. Now $20. 2.5 months ago. Let's see how Tal is doing. He usually trades. Oh, I did not see Tal having a, no, see, so if you were thinking that maybe Tal, I mean, Tal is still scraping on the bottom on the monthly chart, or the month, yeah, the monthly chart. So if you think at some point that Tal is going to catch up to EDU at all, EDU all-time highs? No, not even close. You have to go back. I don't know when. This is probably split a few times. I mean, we'll go back to '09, but it says 19%. But for all intents and purposes, yeah, you might as well call this all-time highs because, I don't know what happened before 2009. Meanwhile, guys, Rev. Holy smokes, Rev now over $2. I missed the boat on this one. I mean, this is just a classic bottom fishing play. I mean, and it still has room. I mean, the high is 428. That's what happened that was on Friday. You probably mean Dawn, Abdullah, not DWAN. You're doing the same thing I do. Mistype it. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, I don't know how to act on this one because there's that 200-day. Far enough away, I really wish they would come up with where the financing is. Because if they all of a sudden come out and say where the financing is, and it's at 13 or something, rest assured this is going to drop. Meanwhile, Rev is just revving higher. Missed the boat on this one completely. Wow. I mean, that's the big percentage mover. Okay, COGT may be settling down a little bit. So their financing, we know what that is. It's at 825. So it's way above the financing price. Pre-market, it did get up to 958. But again, it is very choppy. Just witnessed that first that candle there in the pre-market at 8 o'clock. Looked good, and then the next one just wiped it out. It's tough to get the confidence. That's my issue with you see action like that. It's just tough for me anyway to have the confidence that the same thing is not going to happen. I have to resist the urge to buy this Rev. What a move. And look at the volume coming in. I mean, again, this is a low float situation, 7.7 million in the float. All right, starting to watch AERC again. I want to see if it can take out 16 again. Get these bottoming tails down here at 14. But just be aware, this is extremely whippy, but it did get up to $20 in the pre-market. All right, so the market's still, everything is still positive. OPTN from yesterday, it was, yeah, it didn't do too badly. I mean, it got up to 280, pulled back to 260. So again, if it can take out 280 today, it could have another run. And that's the OPTN. I think they did have some news yesterday. I thought maybe that Clovis. Yeah, Rev, you're right. Rev got halted. Yes, Rev got halted. USA making a new high. HUSA taking out 8. The next high looking left is 806, and after that, 860. So it does have some room taking out that high and then that high. And of course, who knows? They're the high of 2 months ago, 3 months ago, sorry, is 816 something, 1673 or so. Just trading vehicles, impossible. That's all they are. Just trying to take advantage of. Oh man, ERC is not for the faint of heart. How much volume? Still a lot. Look at the volume, 4.2 in the float, 4.2 million in the float. So it's traded the float already. Man, okay, guys, this AERC is looking more interesting. The longer it holds over 16, if we can establish some kind of a base at 16 and just move from there, that spread is still not great. All traders are looking at is this $20 that it hit in the pre-market. And they might be looking at this also. I mean, this got up to 1750. Okay, I've got to reset this alert for 16. I mean, this is just, I'll reset it for 16 and see if it takes it out later. Okay, so Rev just opened, and what did it open at? So it actually did not pop off the open. Well, a minor pop off the open. Okay, COGT seems to be settling down a little bit. Seems to be. Not quite as frantic and frenetic as the AERC. 958 is the high. Um, I get the normal bid ask for IB. I can't. I don't know how to help you, CJ. I'm looking at my IB. I get the normal bid ask. So I have no idea why on your platform it's not giving you the normal bid ask. I do see the adaptive, but it doesn't look any different from any other quote. Oh, I don't know. Look at this. Rev is now revving again. So that was a brief drop, and now Rev is revving up again, guys. Boy, if this takes out 3, look out. I mean, there's 428 is the next high looking left. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, Rev. It was, last week it was, but the shorts have dried up. I have if this takes out, it got up to 3. If it takes out 3, I might just have to do something I don't normally do, just chase it a bit. Well, somebody was mentioning that China stocks were on fire. Let's take a look at KWEB. KWEB. So they were. Now it'd be a red candle here. Look at this. Look at the SPY. I mean, difficult, difficult. Red bar, big green bar, now big red bar. I mean, very difficult right now. Nothing from the AI yet. All right, here's a little one, QD. QD in China stock, it just made its way over $1. For those of you who really want to look at cheap ones, $1.05 is the next high, $1.10, so probably easily get stalled around that area. And look at difficult guys. Look at COGT. Look at COGT. I mean, we had that big, nice little run. Looked like okay, 927 pulls right back underneath 9. I mean, you're going to trade these. You have to take fewer shares, wider stops, and see if you can hang on if you want to trade these. This is a Bitcoin play. The CAN is a Bitcoin play on the way down also. Yeah, I don't see any news other than just, it's a bottom fishing play. Yeah, Friday they announced Chapter 11, but I don't see any news on it. I heard Indo, so Indo must have made a. Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, no, Indo did not. I heard Indo. This is text to voice I have here, and I thought maybe that was meaning it made a new high, but nope. This is making a new low. Indo. HUSA, that was shortable for me yesterday, not shortable today at Interactive Brokers. So a lot of these are now starting to pull back. Yeah, where is I? Very short. 28 down to what? 26. And a lot of fanfare about these companies that make it into the I mean, it's a little bit bigger one, small caps 600, S&P small cap 600. But in this market environment, it's going to be met with a ho hum. I guess that's the conjecture, newbie. Well, Dawn is on the move. Dawn is on the move, and look at this. I keep typing in DWAN, DAWN. Dawn is on the move. Again, there's that 200-day moving average. That's where it stalled yesterday. This is shrugging off that financing. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Cogent's back up. How do you trade it though? I mean, if you're going to play moving averages and hugging, great. But then you're putting in pretty wide stops, so you're not going to be able to take too many shares. Wider stops, not as many shares. In the hope that it really explodes, of course. But it's so whippy. We don't know yet, Harry. That's the issue. We don't know what the financing is. And oh, wait a minute. Do we know now? 825. Oh, I'm sorry. We did know. It was the other one. I'm sorry. This is COGT. This is COGT. We know that one. For Dawn, oh, God, what's wrong with me? It just said proposed, but no price yet. JP Morgan and Cowen and Piper are acting as the joint book running managers for the proposed offering. Look at Clovis. I actually thought this Clovis might have a run. PLVS, but it might have a run. It looked interesting right around this 110 mark. I thought it might have had a shot to that 143, but not even close. Not even close. Well, I've done nothing, guys. So far, I've done absolutely nothing. I was really toying with the idea of chasing that rev over 3, but no, I stuck to my. That's not normally what I would do, so I did not do it. I'm holding out later on, maybe for that AERC to get over, the closer again to the 16 level. HLM, I don't know the HLMN, don't know them at all. What's the next low looking left? 884. So that is far enough away. That's on the monthly chart. That's on the weekly chart. Sort of interesting. HLMN, it is shortable for me. And what's the volume like? Yeah, it's not great. I mean, the relative volume is fine, but the overall volume is just not great. It's a pretty big float. My problem with shorting something like this is it just may not move. Don't tell me. I mentioned so this one did take that dollar out. Just mentioned this QD. This is what I kind of was hoping the Clovis would do. The QD, look at this thing running now. Got over a dollar, and now the volume is pouring in. And this is not a low float. 187 million. That's a stellar move. 60% with 187 million in the float, if that float number is correct. And is there any news trading after the company? So, okay. So these guys, I don't know if I saw this in the pre-market. I didn't see it in the pre-market because my scanner doesn't pick anything up under a dollar generally. I wish I'd seen this because at least these guys, they may repurchase up to 200 million. Okay. Shares. Just give me a moment, please. So, those other ones, those other small ones that announced share repurchase programs, they were like $1 million, $5 million. These guys, they're talking about 200 million. But remember, may repurchase up to 200 million over the next 2 years. They may not, they may not repurchase any. Okay. So, but you put a press release like that out, and this is what can happen. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with at your IB, CJ, because definitely there is bid ask on for AERC for me. Just getting trashed here now, though. Oh, I doubt that's the case. I doubt that's the case. Okay, so here's the first bounce play that I'm seeing from Zach Scan. San Jose or San Juan Basin. So SJT as a bounce play. And let's see if this has any bounce in it whatsoever. Of course, it's a gas play, I guess, or is, oh no, no, it's a royalty trust. Yeah, I'm not sure what they do. San Juan Basin. I don't know what they do. I mean, it's a royalty trust, but I'm going to have to see if this bounces at all. EDU is, I mean, it's still super strong. I mean, it looked like it was going to cut down below 20, but it popped right back up over 20. EDU is still strong. Meanwhile, blue continues penny by penny its descent. It have a pop here, but then it took out 4 again. Wow. I'm afraid to look at where QD is now. I mean, that's a look at the move. 187 million in the float. Through the 200-day now. Through the 200-day. I wish I'd seen this in the pre-market. All right, guys, 10:30. Well, let's see. I got a couple of messages. All right, guys, AERC. I'm just going to say AERC getting a little bit of life again. All right, 10:30. Well, let's talk a little bit about what's on my homepage. For those of you, first of all, for those of you who are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I work for Trade Ideas. The reason I say that is because the odd email saying, "Do you work for Trade Ideas?" And the answer is yes. So there's my homepage link. Let's take a look at some of the information on my homepage link. Save my link, lots of information on it or in it. So if you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is silent today. You don't have to take out an annual. In fact, I wouldn't. I would start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade, or I don't like to say upgrade, but if you want to, go from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15%. I mean, it's perfectly fine to stay on a monthly subscription. If you do take out a subscription, first thing you should do is the Let's Get Started. It starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, it's free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's did not trigger. VTNR did not trigger yet anyway. The education, so assuming you do the Let's Get Started first, and I'm lobbying to make it mandatory. You can then take a look at the user guide. So all I would do is this. First of all, you should do the getting started. You should know what the channel bar is all about, because we have a lot of layouts and scans that we created. The alert window and the top list window. At least understand what these two are all about and how you would create an alert window or a top list window if you want to build your own scans, okay? Concentrate on these. Afterwards, you can take a look at price alerts and sound alerts, etc. But get this down first. Daily support sessions. So today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over, and today's, again, being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. Michael Noss is way more of an expert at using Brokerage Plus, okay, than I am. He also, he likes to backtest his strategies and things like that. So if you have questions like that, you can head over there. I'll put the link in before I do take my break at noon. Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday, so there is one today. This week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Michael Noss, just mentioned him. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a great little series. He put it together. Starts off with what is a stock? All free. And also my homepage, here are my scans. Scan section. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. This is not a Mac program. There are a couple ways you can use it. Wow, look at EDU, just made another new high. Obviously, if you're willing, we do have a web-based version. It is not as good, just bluntly telling you, it's not as good as our app, downloadable application. If you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, of course, you can use it. You can use the app, or something like Microsoft 360, but there is no Mac version, no. Anyway, here are all of the scans that I am sharing. So save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education section anytime you want. Off the top of my head, no. I don't. I mean, there are always little things that are happening in terms of new features, but off the top of my head, I can't say yes. This is it's something that would be super interesting. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. I know I showed you on my homepage that I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. So if you here, meaning our toolbar, if you click on new and then click on docked channel bar, we have a lot of theme-based layouts right here. So for instance, momentum channel. So if you're looking for a momentum scanner, this one is basically the same one that's on my homepage, called Momo. I don't understand what you mean, Yoda. My four main lines are gap up, down, and I don't understand what you mean. Oh, my scanners. Well, everything. Well, I suppose you could say that, but I'm also looking at momentum. So these are not necessarily, yeah, they could be gap up and go. They could be a gap down and reverse. I wouldn't call it my main ones though. I would call momentum is probably, because I'm a momentum trader, this one is sort of what I definitely pay attention to. So the bottom line here though is that you go to our channels and you take a look at the scans that we created. These are layouts. So you can take a look at the individual scans in these layouts. So if you saw something that you might like, and how might you know if you like it? Well, if you right click, just like on my scans, if you right click and click on configure and then click on summary, it'll tell you exactly what it's looking for. So if the idea of something like this, a stock is between 1 and 50, this is the key, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. So something, probably is happening right now. If you like the idea of that, then all you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, well, basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout, and then it's free floating, and it popped in my other monitor. And now you can save this to the cloud. Why? Because now the next step is go to another channel. So you might see another scan you like. Do the same thing, duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to the cloud. So the whole concept right now is that we've created a lot of scans for you, my scans included. And now you can save the ones you like, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time. And maybe add some charts, and then you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place. Okay. Now, of course, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure, instead of summary, now I'm going to click on search. When you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. So when the company started in 2003, they made the determination they thought most people would not want to have to create or have to learn a programming language in order to create scans if they wanted to create their own scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters to satisfy, the thousands of customers we have with all the different types of trading styles. They felt they created enough so that, again, the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, so, but you can take a look at them. If you wanted to indulge, all you have to do is you click on the first one, the new high, and then click on help. And you'll see them all here, okay? All the definitions. But of course, you don't have to learn them all. What we're really good at, maybe bring back this momentum channel again. Should have explained this a little bit better. So we're really good at real-time alerts. So in this particular momentum scanner, when I click on configure and then summary, so these are the filters I'm using in here, or the channel is using. So the price is between 1 and 50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. If these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, in this case, this is the trigger, a new high for the day, but we have lots and lots of different triggers that you could use. These are all real-time alerts. So that is what we're really, really good at, creating situations in which then you have a trigger, whatever you want to choose, and you get a real-time alert from it. All right, guys. Nothing happening in the AI today. I'm just looking. Yeah, not even one alert. If you have our premium service, though, this is what I would do. I would make it super simple. Just click on New from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. Typically, there'd be some alerts today, by now, but I guess based on the day, look at this market now. Wow, everything's negative again. Typically there'd be some alerts, but nothing today, not yet. But if there is one, you'd see the entry, you'd see a stop. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you. Well, I don't really use Jamie. I don't really use it that much. The racing car feature. Okay, I'm probably not the best representative of using the racing car feature, but how I would if I were more of a pullback player. Let's see if I can find one. Because you see, virtually every one of my alerts, a stock has to make a new high or a new low for the day. With the racing, a stock could be sitting in the middle, of the day and then starting to move. And it could be winning a race. So it could be something that is pulled back and then it could be starting to move. So if I were more of a pullback player, I would probably use this more. But if you're talking about me personally, how I use it, I don't use it very much. But if you're talking about just in general, how, if I, how I would set it up, yeah, it would be more of a, for instance, I'm just trying to, it's not a good example yet. And there are only 4 in here because it's looking at this biggest gainers, of which there aren't very many in this top list window. There aren't very many. I would probably be using it if I were a pullback player. I'd be all over this because this will show you stocks that are, you know, in this particular case, stocks that are still strong but have pulled back and now they're starting to move. It could show you. I mean, you could still see a stock that's near the high of the day moving, winning the race. Because remember what happens when the race starts, they're all sort of from the same baseline. So what is moving the most from that baseline? That's what the races are all about. No, I can't share my layout. Why I have individual scans that I'm sharing, okay, and that's how I do it because there are things you don't even see, that I'm looking at. And the reason I only have these ones here and these charts because I can't overwhelm people by looking, at a monitor and having it so overwhelming with, all sorts of different alerts and top list windows, etc. So what I do is say, look, you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so if you go to my home page. The other thing is I've got how many charts here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 charts here. If you're a standard subscriber and you have, say, 3 charts up and running, and then you took my layout, you'd get an error message as an example. Okay, so because you can only have 10 charts in the standard. So I would run into way too many problems. People saying, hey, I loaded your layout and I have an error message. Why? So, to make it a little bit easier on myself, I said, okay, just click on my home page and here are the scans that I'm sharing. And you can take a look at them individually and kind of pick and choose which you might like and then create your own layout from here. Or go to that toolbar and check the scans. So it's not that I don't want to share my layout, Rachel. It's just it would turn into a real hassle for me. Yeah, I don't know when it's going to be the next test drive. I mean, in theory, they're 3 months, every 3 months, in theory. So the last one was, what are we now, June? So it started, I think, around May the 17th. So May, June, July, August. So it could be in August sometime. But if you do want to be notified, you can always do this. Where was it? Test drive? Yeah. So this is the general test drive link. If you fill out the information with your email, and then they'll notify you exactly when it will be. Okay. This is what it basically says. The test drive. Okay. So get notified when our next test drive will be. All right, guys, AUVI is starting to move a little bit. Maybe the AERC will pick up a bit too. I'm still kind of following AERC later on if I can really break through 15 again. So again, if you're new to trading, we've got a great simulator here, okay? So this window here is called Brokerage Plus. This big window upper left-hand corner, we call it Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature. That's all. We're a scanner. It doesn't really matter who your broker is, but this is a feature that if you do have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can use it to trade from within Trade Ideas, but it's certainly not mandatory. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use it, and how I like to explain its use is as a simulator. To use our simulator, all you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, no problem. You need our standard service, and then you just, you click on an alert. I mean, first of all, this is what you would see. Let me just disconnect. Okay, so this is what you would see. It would say not connected. And all you do is underneath, there's two options. underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live and one says sim. You just click on sim and this will turn to account, change to account. When it changes to account, click on it and then it'll say simulated trading default. And now you click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. I know I'm a broken record every day by saying this, but before you start trading your real money live, practice, practice, practice. Okay? Trading is not easy. You've got to put in the time. And, the simulator is a great way to, practice trading. And it's simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. Click on that share box. You pick how many shares, the price you want to get in at. In this particular case, you can go in and market because there's only a one cent spread if you were taking EDU. So you could click the buy button and that sets it up and then you send it. That's it. You could practice swing trading in here because if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, this will carry forward. So again, practice trading. Michael Noss is a way bigger user of Brokerage Plus than I am. And again, he'll be in our YouTube room in a little over an hour. So you can ask him questions about it if you want. Oh, CJ, I have no idea. First of all, AERC is, not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers, but I have no idea. And, it may be, in fact, that I don't know how many brokerage platforms have shorts available for it, but I have no idea. Somebody else might chime in, but I have no idea. Dawn is getting, look at all these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. Yes, there was a bottoming tail here, but 5 topping tails. I still think it's going to have a tough time getting through that 200-day moving average. And we still do not know what the financing price is going to be. Wow, here's our first AI alert. Let's see. Billy, China stock, BILI. Yeah, it's got some room. 2720 is the next high looking left. So, it certainly has some room. The problem is, do you trust the market? Do you trust the market? So, for instance, who asked that question earlier? Jamie? Yeah. So, look at Rev. This is not like a stellar, like really winning a race in any big way, but you see how Rev. For me to see Rev in any one of my alert windows, it would have to take out the high of the day, 318. If this had been really starting to move from here, it might be winning a race. And you might look at that, go, okay, that's not a bad little, it pulled back and now it's starting to move again, as an example. And the reason they're only four, they're only four, they're meeting these requirements today. Biggest gainers in this, for the filters that I have in place. Whereas the biggest losers, here we go, a lot more like that. Look at KAVL. That was something that we thought maybe could be the one. Not even close. Is Bitcoin still around 21,000 or is it underneath now? It's up, oh, it's over, I mean, okay. Yeah, not shortable for me. Red box, RDBX, big red dot, Interactive Broker saying it's not only will we not try to find shorts for you, there are just none available. And I guess even those of you who may have shorts available, it's a big, pretty tough borrowing fee to locate. All right, from Zach's bounce scan, the SJT is not too bad. Looks like it's trying to clear this, but it looks like it's pretty tied into what the market's doing also. So, and that came in at 1061 and then 1058. Well, if I weren't moderating a trading room, I'd be shutting my computer off today and doing something else. I'm just not finding a big edge. Yeah, I'm just finding it way too choppy for me, William. Yeah, there's Box D. Okay, I haven't seen Box D for a while. Used to see this one. Yeah, got up to 11 something. Oh, that's right. This is one of those X SPACs that got just killed on that the day of the the day that those SPACs just were absolutely destroyed. Yeah, I'm just popular. Contrary to popular opinion, I'm not a scalper. So All right, yes, the 11 o'clock. Here we go. So Zach's theory that between 11 and 12 we might get a market pop so far. So if we get something from Zach's bounce scan, and this little bounce, the 11 o'clock bounce keeps moving, and this could be definitely keep an eye on this one, guys. The bouncers and toppers, SJT. I mean, it's pretty good now. You know, there was the first alert at 1061, then 1058. What did it get down to? You know, I mean, it dropped quite a bit before it came back, but let's see if we get another one. This is, I'm sharing this. Well, the COGT, COGT certainly is strong. I mean, next high looking left is 1015. The high next one is 1089. Financing is in place, raising a ton of money, $150 million. Keep thinking that AERC is going to catch a bid sometime, but it's certainly not looking that way. I mean, this is just almost steadily down. I know that it was downgraded, but it's benchmark. I mean, who are they? Well, guys, Don, I mean, if it takes up that 200-day, look out. I mean, there it is, 1586. I mean, after that, the next high is 1770 on the monthly chart. You know, it's got some work to get through on the weekly though. But that's so key. I mean, taking out that 200-day moving average. I mean, you can see yesterday it got just, you know, almost to the right to the penny. I mean, it was just a little bit above it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, this one's getting thumped. The RDBX now, if you had shorts available, fantastic, because this is just getting absolutely thumped now, RDBX. Oh, this is ugly, guys. I mean, look at these topping tails on this SPY. Just choppy. When I say ugly, I mean this is so choppy for me. All right, let's take a look at this one. CPTN. Whoa. So this one got halted. CPTN. A lot of volume came in. Relatively low float, 39 million. See if there's any specific news on this one. I don't see it. Excuse me. So CPTN halted. The next high looking left is 176. Let's take a look. A clue of where it may open. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales. This blue screen you see here. So there's the halt, 159. No real clue. It says 160, 160. So no real clue where it's going to open. I mean, it might be 160. Yeah, it hit here too. My basic new highs. Little 51% run from no action at all in the pre-market. So you could not tell that this was going to happen. All right, guys, I'm not, I keep holding out on this ERC, but I think it's just, I don't think today is its day at all. I'm looking at EFOI, I'm looking at AUVI. Yeah, so, guys, look at that 15-minute candle, topping tail. Then we have a red one, right beside it. Very choppy day, very, very choppy. Well, let's see now. 11:08:51 is when CPTN was halted. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about 31 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, typically these halts are 5 minutes. You can see right there, the Revlon got halted at 10:05, open at 10:10 plus 31 seconds. So this will open in about 11 seconds if this is a 5-minute halt. So let's see what happens with the CPTN. And I'll put the time in sales. There it is, 161. There we go. So a little bit of a pop, little bit of a pop, not much. Well, starting to move now though. To me, it looks like it's coming into a ton of resistance, close to that 2 level. Too bad. I wish it had a more free shot up to that 230 level. And again, I don't see any specific news for it. Well, am I ever glad I waited on the AERC guys? I mean, I could have said, you know what, I think it's going to do it. Just take the darn thing. I have a series of price alerts for AERC, and none of them triggered. It's hard to see perhaps, but on my 15-minute chart, there's on the 5-minute chart, you see there's a whole bunch of blue lines, nothing triggered. And now this is just being taken to the cleaners here. And that's a big red bar here. Big red bar. Big selling came in. And how's the other two doing? Yeah, not quite as bad. AUVI is, kind of holding a bit. And the EFOI, which never really had a press release. We'll look at that. So EFOI and AERC are sisters right here. So you're thinking, Zach, that CPTN is going higher? That's your feeling? Well, we've got these two topping tails right there. Obviously, it has to take those out. Mookie, you're back. You were off for a while. I seem to recall saying you were going to be gone for a while. Well, there's a lot of volume coming into CPTN. The volume is not abating yet. Look at this. And that was the big volume surge right there. Volume is still, look at the 5-minute. Actually, it's increasing on the 5-minute. Well, 180 gets me interested in the CPTN. All right, what do you got? Okay, Zach, let's see. Nice call, Zach. Nice call. I've taken some out. I don't trust anything, but nice call on a higher. I don't know how much higher, but two to me seem to be a good block. Okay, next one halted. CMRA. What are you doing? CMRA just got halted, guys. So CMRA got halted, and a little bit like the CPTN out of nowhere. Not as much volume though. And again, I don't see any news on this one at all. CMRA. So let's take a look at this daily chart. So we're at 175 here. I guess this was looks like this was a SPAC based on the price. So became CMRA and just got hammered down. High last week was 175. The week before was 199. The week before that, 287. Look at Dawn, guys. Okay, the Dawn is now over that 200-day moving average. Well, 1770 is the next. I think that's the next high, but there's little pockets here. Let me see what that high is. 1628 looks like the next high. 1636 is the next high. Yeah, 16 looks like 1636 is the next high on the weekly chart. But this has been very resilient off that financing news. Yeah, short-lived bounce for sure. So, all right, CMRA, again, have to really pay attention to this one. Now you see this one, see the difference between the Captan, even though the Captan did actually give us not a bad little trade. 175 is the halt, and the potential open is 199, 199. So this could get really interesting if it does actually do this. And we'll see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. A 5-minute halt, it should be at 124.29, so a little less than a minute from now, if this is a 5-minute halt. See how they're all 5 minutes. Today they've been following that script, all 5-minute halts. I did see that. Yes, William. Thank you for that. All right, CMRA. Got to watch this one, guys. So another 15 seconds or so before this opens. If it's a 5-minute halt. Yeah, look, you see, it's two. It says 2-2 now. Does it now? It's not written in stone, these things, but I mean, they give you maybe a clue where it's going to open. Okay, well, that was a little anticlimactic because now this looks like it's going to be well, it's more than a 5-minute halt. So sometimes they're multiples of 5. So this did not open after 5 minutes. Yeah, we thought it was a SPAC just based on the price. You can usually always tell, something opens, he starts trading around that 10 level. You usually know that that was a SPAC that turned into this CMRA in this particular case. So that is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Well, Edu just continues to keep making new high after new high after new high. That $24 price target that JP Morgan put on it has definitely been a nice magnet today. Well, the only thing I can say about the AERC is that the volume tried to pick up. Well, not really. There was all that selling volume. I have my doubts on it today. This might be the day it just kind of does nothing. Okay, EDU is really, really moving. $4.45. All right, guys, I have to change my headset, so just give me a moment. I'm back. Look at EDU, guys. That's a great break from 2040. EDU, if you look at it on a 15-minute chart. Look at that even on a 5, but on a 15, it's a little more, just that break right there. This has definitely been an alpha stock today. It hasn't chopped around much at all. It's traded completely on its own. Okay, if this is going to open in 10 minutes, it's going to be in 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. So CMRA just opened, guys. CMRA just opened. So it was a 10-minute halt. So what was it halted at? Yeah, so this did not really pop off that halt at all. It was halted at 175. A little bit of a pop, but not much. So the only way I would play this, let me see, the halt was at 175. You know, if I stick an alert around 179 and see if it comes back to that level and then starts to run. Yeah, I wonder how much it's going to drop. Okay, so CMRA just took that out and yeah, but it dropped again immediately. It's a bit of a tricky one, the CMRA right now. I missed it. I missed my entry on the CMRA. I sort of was, yeah, I just missed my entry. I can't chase it now. Well, hopefully it takes out two for you anyway. Blue collar. Yeah, look at Dawn, guys. I mean, it broke above the 200-day moving average area, as Real would say, but could not really sustain it. All right, guys, 11:32. So what I want to do, I want to make sure that is Michael going to be in our YouTube room today? Pretty sure he's going to be. My goodness. Yeah, 1250. You didn't see it? Well, you know what? If it gets over, well, I don't know. Well, it's starting to move. It is starting to move. AERC. Well, how about the EFOI now? The EFOI is trying to do sort of the same. It's a lot cheaper than the AERC. That happened at 208. Got to be quick on these, though. I don't mean just that, the bounce scans, but look at the cap can. I mean, you've got to, or sepcan, whatever it's called. You've got to be quick on these. You can't walk away from your commercial, from your computer. CMRA just made a new high. Wow, good for you. Good for you, blue collar. Oh, you're out though, because look at this explosion here for CMRA. Keep an eye on the EFOI, guys. I mean, this has just lagged the other two today in the most part. EFOI. It's got some room until this 240 level. All right, guys, I'm just wanting to make sure it is Michael in our YouTube room today. Taking my break in about 20 minutes. Hey guys, I'm in the EFOI. I want to see if this has any sort of a bounce, close to that 240 level. I'm in the EFOI. I'm in at 218 for the EFOI. That was pretty. What was good about that AERC pop also is that it didn't move down too much before, too much below the actual alert price of 12.50. And that EFOI is from Zaxcan. A little late, 208, but I'm just looking to see if I can get anywhere close into the 230s or so. Look at OWLT guys. Wow, this is too bad. It's so extended. OWLT, another one of those SPACs that got crushed. XSPAC, XSPAC that got crushed. Too bad. It's a little too extended right now. So here's another one. So this got halted for news, though. This is a little bit different. COMP got halted for news, which is not probably great, with a stock that is just falling. I'd be watching EDU again for a 21 break. Okay, I mean, this is just super strong. It did have the pullback, but man, oh man, it takes a 2108. It could just start running again. It's really got no resistance. I mean, it's in theory, it's not an all-time high, but we have to go back way, 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 way. I don't even know when. We go back here to 2009, I think, on our monthly chart. 2009. So I really don't care what happened 20 years ago. Exaggerating, I know, but so this biggest gainers race is here. I'll share this. Okay, and that's just really the only one I really look at. A day like today where it's a little bit choppy, and to try to find these ones that maybe have pulled back a bit and then start to run. So look at Rev. Is it moving though? Is it moving? Not really. You see, it's just basing here, REV. It is Michael today. Yes, it is Michael today in our YouTube room. So in about 15 minutes, he'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Whoa. Keep an eye on that EDU, guys. I mean, it takes out 20 again. This is so strong. Very, very strong trend, obviously, for EDU. There's the EDU, guys. Do what you want with it, but there it is. Well, at least there's a little bit of excitement now. You mean in his screener, his strength? I think he does have EDU, yes. Jamie, yes, I do think he does have it. I don't look at it really because it's just there's a longer term trades or plays, which is fine. Look at Owlet. My goodness. Okay, so what is the high looking left? 219. After that, 246. So I mean, it's got a little bit of room. If it bases here and then it takes this out, challenge that 246. Who knows? Maybe the 287. It catches a bit of a bid. You know, this AERC is looking more interesting now. Now that it's got some volume, well, actually the volume is really tapered off. It's still not great. But if it took out 1383, it might get it rolling. Just the high of that green red candle there. Winkies are tanking. A moment, please. I want to see something here. Give me a moment, please. I am just wanted to do something here. So this has got few. This is going to have way more symbols in it because I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to put this one in. It'll have more symbols in it. The filters are not as tough. That's why the other one did not have as many, but we'll see what happens. That is KO. Look for as a short. Well, I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. That's one thing. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 57.97. So that's, it's only $1 away. I mean, there may be some pretty good support, Bill. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Could be some pretty good support, right around that 57 level. 57.97, 58. So it's not that far away. That'd be my issue. Meanwhile, CMRA, oh man, what a rip. I did not take, wow, look at this. Yeah, I did not take this one. This was the one. This was the one for sure. And look at it leading the race right here. Well, I was definitely wrong about the AERC guys. I thought this was sort of going to be dead after that big, big sell-off on that 60-minute chart. But, it's definitely resurrected and a fabulous, fabulous bounce from Zach Scan at 1250. Don't get too many better than that. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up probably in about 5 minutes or so. So I will be taking my break. The EFOI is just kind of a snoozer. See if there's any news. Don't see any news on this CMRA at all. Low float, 24 million in the float. So this AERC, the only issue is the volume, guys. I mean, okay, the volume's picked up a little bit here, but it's not like it's a ton of volume. You gotta be really careful. These big moves on not like a big massive volume surge, but boy, this is. But I'll tell you, I mean, this is really moving. It's I have to admit, it surprised me. I thought, boy, right down to 1225. This was really looking bleak. Now that maybe this would be the day in which it would, do nothing. But that's almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Also for AERC, almost. No, I may have to turf my EFOI. My EFOI is just not moving at all. Yeah, out of it, just basically flat. Just mainly because I'm taking my break now. I don't want to have to worry about it. Looks like this is it for the CMRA. No shorts available for me. All right, guys, keep your eyes on EDU real. I just noticed you're putting some fib levels. Keep your eyes on EDU. I mean, it's still super strong over that 21. Don't see any news for it on the CMRA. Don't see any news at all for CMRA. There you are, Michael. I heard you. Ping yourself in here. Just give me a moment. If you can hear me.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfectly, my friend.
Cool.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, moment. So you're taking over the screen now. Okay, you want to
I
go?
am doing it. I'm good to go.
All right.
You
Well,
have a good
10
lunch
minutes
or
before the
whatever.
hour.
Hit the
Sure.
pub or whatever
Hit
it
the
is that you
pub.
do.
I do a video, then I do my workout, then I come back and listen to you.
Oh, that's why you're so jacked. That makes sense.
Oh yeah. The third reason, yes. Okay, Michael, we'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Have a good one. All right. So I took screen share and I guess everyone can see me. Let's widen that out a little bit. Like that. That's good. I don't know why it switches that when I change it, but that's fine. So, how is everyone? Start that back up. How is everyone doing today? It's going to keep doing that. 1 second, guys. Okay. Sorry about that. I just had there. I had that virtual machine connected to my laptop. I was just out of the office doing some work this morning, so it was just being a little bit annoying trying to resize everything, but it should be all good now. So, again, if you guys are new here, what we do is we give Barry some time off. We open up the room to live Q&A. And we just hang out, answer any questions and any and all questions about trading or trade ideas or any other trading related thing you guys have questions of. And I think this is a really cool thing that Trade Ideas does on top of what its competition does, just because we're always all the time just helping out our users. We understand that both trading is complicated and trade ideas is complicated. Um, So we like to open it up and make sure that if you guys have any questions, that there's somebody here to answer them. If you don't know me, my name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and more of a quantitative swing trader. Kind of a little bit of the antithesis of Barry, who's more of a short-term scalper. I do more of the kind of longer term type stuff. So that's my area of focus on the markets anyway. Too many monitors. So, interesting day for the market. We gapped up a little bit and we've just sold off and we're flirting at these lows right here. I've been pointing this out for a while, but kind of the area I'm watching is the lows here, right here. This is the anchored VWAP from COVID lows. So, basically, where is the average market participant since that COVID sell off? And then I'm also watching the anchored VWAP from the COVID highs. So where's the average market participant from those highs? And we're kind of just right in that zone right there. Yeah, and kind of chopping about. So really, Until then, we're in a unusual for swing traders, especially. We're in an unusual kind of spot right here in the market where there's no reason to get super brave and just start buying stuff with both fists, unless you're one of those right YOLO buy the dip, hold forever people that are having a really bad time right now. And at the same time, as a swing trader, I think if you're trying to short right now, you're kind of doing it in the reverse order, right? You're a little bit late on that. So, really, this is those moments that require patience. And a lot of people, especially a lot of new traders, myself included as a newer trader, have the hardest time with times like this where the correct thing to do is absolutely nothing. We're trained in basically almost every other aspect of life that the more you do, right, the better off you are. If you're going to school, the more you do in school, the better, right? The If you're working in a kind of corporate environment, the guy who's the first one in and the first one out is probably going to be the guy who gets the raise or the promotion or whatever. But in this type of environment, especially in swing trading, you're better off just being kind of the lazy person, the guy who says, you know what, this is a little bit complicated, let's move on. So for me, I'm going to just watch and see if we can reclaim this wick down here at about 381. That's kind of interesting to me. If we break down further, that might be a time for a little bit of a swing scalp to the short side. You can either short, or what I do a lot of is just trade inverse ETFs instead. Really impressed with how TI strength is doing. Like with EDU, I think is the only thing that triggered. Actually, let me change. Let's do an experiment here. Oh wow, it's up even more. That's great. I picked some of that up, so that will be good. I'll take a look at my brokerage account when I'm done hanging out with you guys. So this one is TI strength, and then I need to just go take out the filters. See the TI strength alerts from this week and see what triggered. So EDU triggered and gave you a lot of time to get involved. How I took it is I had my stop limit to get in above this high, which was the entry, gapped over that. When it came back down under, I kind of said, okay, if it gets back to this high, that's where I'll get back in. So I let it sell below that price and said, okay, if it turns around and it gets back through there, I'll get in. So I got in around, it's like 1725 ish. That thing was amazing. MMP never triggered. I think that's the only one that I'm in. Yeah, UUP technically would have triggered, but it just gapped and there was just no way to get into this. You want to talk about boring stocks. For people who don't know what UUP is, this is a kind of a sign of the times, right? So TI strength is a relative strength algorithm, and it's basically looking at what are the strongest names in the market. Long story short, right? What are the strongest names in the market at any given time? And the list is algorithmically generated each week, and UUP made it on the list. So if you want to know how bad things are out there, UUP is the dollar index. So essentially, it's just calculated by taking the dollar versus a basket of other securities. So, the dollar plus, there's going to be a bit of the euro and a bit of GBP and a bit of Canadian and a bit of kind of all of these different things. And the fact that made it as one of the top five symbols is just pretty telling that there's really nothing out there of much strength. Yeah, and EOG didn't trigger it as well. So the only trigger so far is UUP, and that's up around, I think, like 25% from your entry, which in this market, if you're not happy with that, you're crazy. So a few comments here. Um, so what do I think of REITs? There is never a safe investment, right? The whole it's funny after 2008 we stopped hearing about blue chips when General Motors and a bunch of banks went bankrupt. REITs, XLRE is the best way to look at REITs. It looks like hot death. It's breaking new lows. So that doesn't look very good. And then the Morgan Stanley analyst. So, what I will say is that these analysts are generally speaking always wrong. It's actually funny. There's a section in the CMT where they mathematically prove how wrong these analysts are. And then at the same time, I think it was my favorite chapter in the CMT curriculum where they talk about the magazine effect that you can take the Economist magazine and plaster it over um, different charts, and it is generally pretty good at calling tops and bottoms, but not in a good way, right? So they say, "Oh no, we're going into a recession," and that's the bottom of the market. Economists cover. Trying to see if I can find the chart just to show how wrong these people generally are. Because if you follow them, you're generally just like absolutely doomed. Let's see if I can find. If someone finds it, you can just tweet at me on Twitter. I can't spend too much time looking at it, but it's just a pretty famous chart of right. They say, "Oh no, the market's coming to an end." Um, and they say, "Oh, this is a booming market that will exist forever," and that's generally the top of the market. So it's known enough that these guys are just so patently wrong all the time that it's just best to do the opposite. So I would say if you're looking at what a guy from Goldman or Morgan Stanley says as the market timing indicator for your trading plan, then I think you're already um, kind of screwed. Yeah, here's a good one. And this is just more for the laughs than anything. But I just thought it was hilarious that they actually teach this in the charter market technician, that they're just so well known. And a part of it has to do with how a they need to come up with a title that people will buy, right? Morgan Stanley analyst needs to have people kind of they're not doing it for money. They're doing it for views and stuff, right? So here's 1929, and it talks about right the neat cover of the New Yorkers, how um, everyone's doing awesome, right? You see how all these happy people are in the pits, and that was the very high. Uh, you can go through right Newsweek. They talk about the Great Depression, pretty much right at the bottom. Right, the recession, how deep, how long? It's right here on the Dow. All right, 1962. So we're going back. Like this is one of the most reliable indicators in the market, right? Time magazine holding on for dear life. The very bottom release in 2009, right? The bailout bomb, very bottom 2009. Right there's the bottom of 2020. Time the Great Reckoning. So yeah, it's well known that these guys are again, it's they don't publish for anything but entertainment factor, right? Anyone who actually no real trader reads a newspaper or listens to an analyst and makes a decision, right? It just doesn't happen. Every real trader, everyone who's profitable in the market has their own trading plan that they've tested, that they've written down, that they follow come hell or high water. They have a systematic way to approach the market, or they're just not in the industry for very long. And that's kind of the harsh truth of it. The other reason why I think they're so bad is that they're just delayed, right? If for a Morgan Stanley chief analyst to come on a news thing and make a call, he had to first get his junior analyst to come up with a couple of ideas, and then they had to sit down and have a meeting about it. And they probably had a meeting about a meeting, and then they had to read the meeting minutes, and then they had a schedule about a meeting, and then they had a pre-meeting with the news place that they were going to talk to, and then he actually went on the news. So the difference between when, the economists will publish something and when they'll actually, hit the market is weeks. So it's like a huge um it's that huge lag time, and anything in the world could have occurred, positive or negative, to change that market outlook, but they're just so delayed, which is why I always point out our advantage as traders, as retail traders, our leg up on the institutions is not we're all going to band together and buy one stock and that stock's going to go to the moon and blah 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 blah. It's not that. It's our mobility. It's how nimble we can be. I mean, we don't have to trade by a giant committee. We write our trading plan. We do a lot of work and time and energy and hustle and strife on our trading plan. And then when it comes time to execute, we hit a button and we're in. And then if we don't feel good about it or we feel like we might be wrong, we hit a button, we're back out. And that's the game that these big guys can't. They can't play that game, right? So yeah, it's not just to pick on the economists, because it's not just the economists. It's just these, the New Yorker, the all of these magazines in general, right? Is they're just, again, they're delayed and they're bloated. So always just always understand that trading is not even a zero sum game. It's a negative sum game, because your broker takes some, right? Even with free commissions, your broker sells your order flow and they take some, right? They're not filling your trades out of the kindness of their hearts. So it's a negative sum game. So a lot of people say trading is a zero sum game, but it's certainly not, because if I, right, if I buy something and Dave sells it, right? I am either going to be right, and that was a good time to buy it, or Dave is going to be right, and it's going to be a good time to sell it. But on that transaction, each of our brokers took a cut. So it's a negative sum game. So when you're entering an arena that's that difficult, you always have to go, what's my edge? I actually have a sticky note. I don't see it now. I should get something like nice and framed. I wish I knew someone who built like those neon signs. Because I would just do one that just says, "What's your edge?" and have it so when I walk into my office every morning, because that's the question you have to ask yourself. You go, "What's my edge?" And the uh, if you don't have an answer, if you don't have a quick answer to that problem, you got to get to work, right? Stop trading, get to work. Uh, read that real quick. Oh, awesome. Well, everyone reads that question. My Twitter is right there, and my YouTube is Stats Edge Trading. So Hit me up on YouTube or Twitter. I have my own YouTube channel and I'm on camera a lot. It'd be cool to have something behind me. Have them, yeah, hit me up with a website or email contact or whatever, and we'll get something going. Um, I'm told trade ideas does not have moving averages. Well, first of all, that's not correct. So the first way, if you want to know if trade ideas has anything, you go to alert window and you go to the search bar and just type in what you're looking for. The search algorithm is actually pretty good. So if I type in moving averages or moving average, you can see there's tons and tons of moving averages here. So we have access to all these different, right? So if you want something that's close to the 5-period moving average on the 2-minute chart, you got that right there. You've got all of these type of things. So what you're looking for is basically a stock that's moved up and it's pulled back. Now the problem with that is, you have to quantify all these things. What is a significant enough up move? What's a significant enough pullback? And then when it comes to support or resistance, that's a very subjective thing. So if you did want to use moving averages, I would use whatever moving average and time frame you want. And for stocks that are moving up on the day, one thing that I really like that you might want to take a look at is our above low filter. And it is just kind of as it sounds. It's how much the stock is above the current day's low. Or you could do change from, or even just change. So I don't know. For example, say I wanted a stock that was up a bunch in the last 60 minutes. And I'm going to define a bunch as a 3% up move in the last 60 minutes. And then I want it very close to that 2 moving average. And let's just pick moving average. And then I wanted it near, say, the 5-minute, 5-period moving average. I would add that filter as well. And if I just wanted to pull back to it, so I want it close to it, I would just make the minimum and the maximum just like really small numbers. Maybe 0.1% is a little bit too, let's say 0.1%. And then I just want a new, let's just say a low. And we'll do like, I don't know, 5-minute low or something. And we'll see how this looks. So what this is going to give me, it's going to give me stocks. I don't think I put anything in the way of volume or anything. Let's go into an intraday chart. So this is going to give me stocks that have been up from the low, and then they pulled in a little bit, and they're touching this 5-period, 5 SMA moving average. So you'd customize those for whatever those are. Say above low as percentage at yesterday's low. You can, but it's a little bit more complicated. You may need to email in support for that because you would have to build a custom formula. But let me get you the video on custom formulas here. You need to be able to go into your back end. So take this video and save that. However, if you go into your account, your back end, oh, you can do this all in the system now. No, it's better to do it this way, I still think. Some lists. So yeah, so you go to your backend portal and you go to custom formulas and you have all these here. Well, you probably won't have, if you haven't done this before, you won't have many or any. If you scroll down to the bottom, you see help and custom formula codes. I always open up those. Again, this is all covered in the video as well if you need a refresher. So here's where you can create your own custom formula. Now, limitations on custom formulas. You can only kind of do math to formula or filters that we already have in the system. So you can't do anything fancy like, build an exponential moving average or a different moving average or anything like that. You can basically like add, subtract, multiply, and divide existing formulas that we have together. So the reason I opened up these other two tabs is because these are all the filters that you can play with, which are the same filters in the system. And these are the codes for that filter, right? So I could divide annual earnings growth by quarterly earnings growth if I want it and have that output a number, that type of thing. And then here in this one gives you actually pretty detailed instructions on how to use kind of the whole thing. So if we go down here, we can see that we can do the low of the previous day. So if I can do the low of the previous day, and I can reference price, then I could do the change from the prior day's low. So I'd go back to my custom formula tab. I would just paste in. So that's going to give us the low of the previous day. So I could do price minus the low of the previous day. That's why I said it's a little bit. I'm just going to write this one for you. Divide it by the low of the previous day. Multiplied by 100. And we'll just call it, and it's important that you know the name above. Yes, today's low. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. So yeah, so you can do basic kind of formulas like that. So that's just again me taking price and it's subtracting it from yesterday's low and then dividing it as from yesterday's low to express it as a percentage, and then multiplying it by 100 so that it's not, 100 would represent 100% instead of one representing 100%. And then I name it just because in a second I'll show you that it's there in the system now, and then I just hit save. And if you get action saved, that's great. Now I'll just copy this in. So between that video and that formula, you should be able to add it. But as soon as that's entered, you can see it created a new column called U66. So now if I go into a scan and I configure that scan and I say, what I call it, above, that's why it's important to name it, um, above yesterday's low. So I have my own filter right there. So if I say, I don't know, I put a 5 in the minimum column, it's saying I only want stocks that are 5% above yesterday's low, which this one is right here. So a little bit complicated, but you can do it. But if Morgan Stanley holds you hostage until you give them an opinion about the market, what would you tell them? I would tell them go pound sand. Right? That's the beauty of being a trader, is that there's no trader out there. If you see any trader making bold predictions about what the market's going to be in 6 months, that's not a real trader, right? If you ask a real trader what he's doing in this market, his answer is going to be, I'm following my written and tested trading plan. And in a bull market, if you ask him what he's doing, he's going to say, I'm following my written and tested trading plan. Anyone who says Bitcoin is going to be 100,000 by the end of the year, or the SPY is going to double in 5 years, it's just, no one makes money off that stuff. You'd have to be 100% accurate, with no one is. And it's just not the way the market works. So I would tell them right where to go. And then I would open up my trade ideas. I would use my scans to find stuff that are in my written and tested trading plan. I'd continue to trade. If that guy from Morgan Stanley knew where the market was going to be, he wouldn't tell you. He would triple mortgage his house. He would buy options that would quintuple in value if he was right, and he would just do that. That's what you got to think. All of these talking heads who are making bold predictions, right? If you know where gold is going to be 6 months from now, and you know for sure, you wouldn't tell a soul. I always use the example of the guy who invented the Black-Scholes model, which is how we price options. And he is not Black or Scholes. He invented the model, and he didn't do anything. He didn't tell anybody. He didn't write a book. He didn't write anything. He used the Black-Scholes model well before it existed to find prices that were mismatched. And he silently did it until Black and Scholes in a university somewhere discovered the pricing model later and published it. And that kind of completely blew up his spot. But before then, he became insanely wealthy, right? Yeah, this scan was looking for stocks that were up from today's low and then pulled back to an arbitrary moving average. Nothing special about this scan. It's just I just did it for the example of how to do it kind of thing. Oh, I'm glad that helped. And yeah, that video I sent, I would just take that and huck it in a notepad or something somewhere, in case you forget or something. It will be there, so you'll be able just to load it up. And that's me basically explaining the same thing. So the beauty of a video is that you can pause it and rewind it and do all that kind of stuff as well. In my educational channel, do I have my own plan? No, but I do have what you would need to put in your plan. So let me go to my website here. I have, and this is thank you to Trade Ideas, a completely free trading course where I sat down with my wife and we went through the entire market from what is a stock to technical analysis to fundamental analysis to statistics to psychology, the whole 9 yards. And at the very end, I tell her what you would need to do to build your own trading plan. And that is way more important than you getting my trading plan because you need to build your own. It's a very clear cut thing. I've mentored a lot of traders. I've talked to a lot of very successful traders. I've been in the trading industry for a long time, and there is a clear divide. You either build a trading plan yourself, you put in the work and you test it and you grind out long hours and late nights until you get something that works for you. And the reason you have to do it instead of copying someone else's is just that um, it when things go bad, you need to know that your plan will withstand the test of time and continue on with it. Right? You need to know where to tweak it when tweaking needs to happen and all of that. Um, so it's something that you certainly have to do yourself. And then there's the traders who don't do that and they end up losing. And it's sad. It's just the way it goes. There is two reasons that I see traders fail, right? It's either not having a plan or not following that plan. Those are the two things that cause people the most trouble. You can have a plan, but if you don't have the emotional control to follow when things go bad, that's one way. And then the other way is the people who just somehow, for some reason, think that trading is going to be like this easy thing that they're just going to kind of walk in it, right? So I I show in the video exactly how I would build one, and that's probably the best way to do it anyway, where I'd say, I would include this, and this. Um, So I would include, say, hey, I would include a XYZ, right? Like here's where, because again, it has to be personal. So what I do, for example, is I always start with goals, right? What are your goals with trading? And then from your goals, what are kind of the time frames you have to achieve those goals, right? So if someone says, hey, I want to trade for a living and uh, I want to do it by next month and I have a $20,000 account, well, then your goals are misaligned, right? So it has to start with where you are and then what your goals are. And then from there, you go, okay, what is the timing that I have to achieve said goals? And then, right, you kind of build it up from there, right? Somebody who's retired with all the time in the world is going to approach trading a little bit differently with $1 million account is going to approach differently from someone who has a job somewhere who is looking to trade for an extra income or to grow an account large enough to potentially trade in the future, right? So those people have to approach it completely differently. All right, if you're a part-time type person, and then also things like, well, where do you live? So say someone comes to me and says, okay, I have to work, um, but I want to build an account slowly over time, and I live in California. I say, well, you know, do you have enough time to trade the first hour or two of the day before you have to head off to work, or do you have life commitments? And if they go, no, no, I could get up and I could trade the first 2 hours and still be to work on time. It's like, okay, well, that person, they may want to be interested in some sort of scalping the open type of plan. Someone who says, I'm from England and I come in I'll be done work at night. I would say, well, you might be interested in some overnight swing trading kind of a thing. Finding stocks that are closing above resistance levels and buying them and checking on them the next night. It's right. Someone who says, "Oh, this is this money is very, very important to me, and I'm very risk averse." I don't recommend anything because I'm not your financial advisor. But if it was me and the money was very, very important to me, and I was a very risk averse person, I'd say, well, you take a look at TI Strength, right? Because it trades what is mostly considered boring stuff, and it does it in a very conservative kind of a way. If someone says, "No, no, no, this is kind of my shoot from the hip money, and I'm hoping to get rich," well, then I'd say, well, maybe you want to look at more low float, crazy guys. Just know that, right? That's crazier, and then eventually, the goal is that you tune it down to whatever your personality is. Someone presents to you all the different ways you can go about it, and you try to figure out what works best for you. And Bob's your uncle, and hope you become a billionaire. What's holding on here? Now, myself, I'm a relative strength trader, right? Which makes my life in these markets incredibly boring, but incredibly easy. And by relative strength player, I essentially mean I just look for, and that's why I invented TI Strength, which is a relative strength scanner. It means I just want to know where the money is flowing, right? Where is the um, what we talked about earlier, when institutions get in or out, it takes some long periods of time. So I want to go, okay, well, where are institutions getting into, and more importantly, where when the market is selling, like it is, right? We go back to the SPY. I think people might like candles better. I'll do candles. You can see that we're right at broke yesterday's low, so we're still selling. So what aren't they selling today? That's the question I ask myself all of the time. Well, they aren't selling KWeb. KWeb is looking very interesting. We have this low here in KWeb, and then we have this base, this rounded base that looks like it's breaking out of, and they're not selling oil, right? So I'm personally taking a look at KWeb, and I talked about how I used TI Strength and how I'm in EDU, which is part of KWeb, and that's just been awesome, right? That's a great trade. In the market selling like this, if you can snag a trade like that every now and then, you should be happy for sure. The So yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing if I have a scan that has that type of stuff, but it doesn't. So we can go into KWeb and we can say, okay, well, what's EDU? We also have this similar tab where we can find things that are like EDU, which is TAL, right? That's another Chinese name. Again, if you guys didn't know, I'm sure a lot of you do, but we have our little flag up here. So KWeb, right, is just an ETF that represents Chinese internet names, which seem to be kind of hot right now. And I mentioned EDU from that, and you can see the similar tab updates. So it shows me things that are, if you right click, you can either have price action or you can have competitors. So let me look at all of the other competitors. So like TAL is another education company. Um, DAO, I guess, is another Chinese name. So it might be worthwhile to start making a list of this. If you think this KWeb move is going to be sustained, then you would go through this list and you'd go through and kind of figure out what works and what doesn't. Right. And again, all I need, everything I go through here will have that in it. So, and then it's super easy if you ever want to know. I get this question all the time. And it's one of those things we don't need to add stuff because it's so if I go KWeb Holdings, I will get a list of everything that KWeb holds because they have to, like all of these things have to be upfront. So then I could copy and paste. Let's actually show you to do that. Where's so the holdings of KWeb, right, which we may think is strong. We can just download this. Just takes 2 seconds. Nothing to it. This is going to open, I think, off screen here. Yeah, so it opened for me. Um, which is kind of so there's two things that we can do from this. One is we could do uh, tools and symbol lists, and we could build a symbol list of the Chinese names. Easy enough to do, no problem at all. Or we can just start typing some of them in. So PDD is one. That one looks interesting. That actually looks exactly like the KWeb chart. And then let's actually just do this to make it easy. So I'll duplicate from here. I'll create a lower chart. I'm going to unlink this lower chart because I don't want this to change. And I'm going to make this KWeb. And the reason I do this is so that I can compare this chart to the one below it. And actually, let's get rid of that money flow index. I have it up there. I'm not an indicator guy because I was testing it. So for you guys who are, if you like the money flow indicator, that's now added into the system. So have fun. But yeah, so now as I change this top one, so BZ, LU, that's an interesting chart, right? And I can look for charts that are either stronger than this overall market, charts that just look interesting. So this LU, I know Andy likes this one as well. So I can just right click and I can create a custom alert for that. So now if it gets above this area, the system will alert me on that and I can go through there. So yeah, Googling lists of stocks and then building your own and having trade ideas scan those is super, super easy. And definitely something that I think is a little bit underutilized. If you wanted to go list of all Chinese EDRs, if you want to go fancy with it, right? I can just click, and the first thing that comes up is just a list of all the Chinese ADRs. So if you want to go crazy with it, you could take these right here and just copy them. Google into your spreadsheet manager of choice. Please don't show my password. Thank you. We're all friends here. So if you all saw my password, you wouldn't get into anything as well, would you? Just me and all my closest internet buds looking at my passwords. Hey, bop all that in. I always mean to beef up. I always mean to beef up this virtual machine before I go live, but all right, so now I can take this list. You don't have to do this obviously every time. You only have to do this, once and then maybe go visit it once a month to see if there is any added or removed. So I'll just make a new list. Create a new list and just call it China. Paste all that in. So now I have a list of. So if I take that, take any scan, and I want to move this now from, so it's not looking at ETFs, it's looking at China. There we go. Right. So there's your country flag right there, all done. So now what this scan is going to give me, because I went through, is all the Chinese ADRs. Right, and this is why, there's of the priority list of stuff we're going to build the stuff that doesn't take just, 10 seconds to do stuff like that first, and then we'll start to expand out to the kind of lesser impact things after that. So if anybody wanted that website, it's just right here. So again, you go just to, find whatever list of stocks. It could be a list you created. It could be a list you found online. It could be any kind of list that's out there. And then on the system, go tools, symbol lists, and then create a new one. Call it whatever you want and paste whatever you want in there. And then when you hit configure, to any scan that you want, right? You could put this in an alert window or a multi-strategy window or whatever you want. For me, it's just a static top list. And what I'll do is I'll look for things that are closest to their 3-month high or 6-month high or something like that. Under the symbol list tab, just find the symbol list you made and click on it and make sure right here that only the following lists is selected. So it means it's only going to look at these lists. So now I can just sort and say, okay, what is close to its 3-month high? Well, EDU, which we're already in, and LI, that looks great. Today would have been a wicked breakout for that one. VIPS, this one looks really, really good. I don't know what they do. The only thing I will say is, right, it's China, so be careful. They could come out overnight and say, "Oh no, we're going to delist a bunch of stuff." But yeah, that's how you do that stuff. So when you build a scan, you go through and you right, just do that kind of configuration there. So what is the idea behind the MFI and how is it used? That's the next question. It's an oscillator like anything else. If you know the relative strength index, the RSI, it's essentially the same thing, but it incorporates volume as well. So it's an oscillator, which essentially just means it fluctuates between 0 and 100. Right? It oscillates between those two values. It has an upper bound of 100 and a lower bound of 0. 0 is generally considered anything under 20 actually is considered oversold, and anything over is overbought. But more think of it that if the line is moving up, there is more money flowing in. It basically, if the stock is up on the day, it will add that volume to it. And if the stock is down on the day, it will subtract the volume from that amount. And then it just uses a kind of a stochastic equation to pop that into an oscillator. So you use it kind of the same as the RSI. You can look for divergences, which basically just means that so for example, VIPS had a high in here and then it made a new high a little bit later. And then on the oscillator, it made a lower high. So that's a divergence. So people use that to say, something might be up. It made a new high, but less money flowed into the stock to make that high. People use it as an overbought, oversold thing and say, oh, look, right here, the money flow index was in oversold territory. Now let me look, at a price chart and try to see if there's a candlestick entry or something to that effect to get me in or out of. So it's used pretty much like any oscillator. They're all generally used the same. They have some sort of overbought, oversoldness. You can probably hear I'm not super passionate about it because I'm not really an indicator guy. I'm not super. It's one of those these are very standard calculations and they exist anywhere. If there was like one of these that had like superpowers to make us all rich, just like I talked about with the guy who invented the Black-Scholes model, they wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't tell you what's going on, right?
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm making headway on this, and thought I'd pop in real fast to see where I stand on all this.
No, I'm just ranting. Me, I can forever, so feel free to cut me off.
No. Do you mind if I seal the screen share for 1 second and see what happens?
Have at it, buddy.
I just want to see this here. Make sure everybody come and test with us
before you do.
Okay, system preferences is still fighting me, so we're almost there. At least I got the mic and everything working.
Yeah. So if it's yelling at you to do the screen share thing? Is that what it's saying? To give you permission?
Yeah, Chrome has lost permission to capture the screen to fix it. System preferences.
Yeah, so system preferences and then security and privacy.
Yep.
It's like a little house with a combination lock on the front of it.
Yep.
And then privacy on the top tab.
Yeah.
And then scroll down to the thing you see on the right, and there's screen recording.
Screen recording. Interesting. I didn't know that screen recording also had to do with streaming also.
Yeah. It basically, it's giving the app permission to see what's on your screen. Otherwise, it can't. Again, right. Mac OS is obnoxious with these permissions, but it's like they're for your own safety, and you only have to do them once. So you've got to click the little lock in the bottom left-hand corner to make changes. And that will either ask for your fingerprint or you to type in a password. And then you should find Google Chrome on that list. and just tick it. And then it will probably make you restart Chrome. Did he leave? I bet you made him restart Chrome. I bet you. And he just kicked him out. I think so. I heard a beep. He may be back. It made you restart Chrome, didn't it, Chris? Did I convert Chris to a Mac? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Slowly, right? It's the one of us. One of us. You got a good one, too. He leapfrogged me in computer quality, and it's kind of making me upset. Yeah, Macs are just a bit more locked down. Again, I always say that they don't do it out of the kindness of their heart. Like, they understand that people will pay money for privacy in this day and age, so they charge you to keep your stuff private. So every time you want to like turn on screen sharing or do something like that, it like asks you permission the first time you use the app. So for people like us, like most people don't care, but for people like us that do a lot of that, we do a lot of demoing and stuff like this, streaming and things. It gets a bit obnoxious, that first initial setup. After that, it gets once you get it set up, you're like, okay, it's fine now. But yeah,
Holy smokes.
I can hear you whispering.
I'm trying to. Michael, I know, all kidding aside, the racing function today has been awesome. All kidding aside, with the biggest gainers from the open percent, for some reason in the last, let's see, when did it start? At 11:08, for some reason, we've had a whole bunch of these crazy little not necessarily super low float, but low float, low price stocks that have just been showing up. And with, to take a look at BTMD as an example, take a look at CMRA as an example. CMRA is probably the biggest one. But they're all in the halts. I mean, there's not just in the biggest gainers from the open. These are all stocks that got halted and just ramped from the halt, which is unusual. I mean, sometimes we'll see a stock that will pull back a little bit. In fact, I shouldn't say it like what happened is most of them pull back a little bit and then broke through the initial halt price, and then they just accelerated from there. So it gives you an opportunity to get in as opposed to a pure chase. But I have to admit, I mean, I just took this MSPR. The MSPR, I mean, is just flowing, and that's from the race. So, maybe Dan's onto something.
The halt scanner would get you the same information, though, wouldn't it?
Well, okay. For instance, on the MSPR, no, because it didn't get halted. And the other thing is that typically when I'm seeing these things winning a race, it's before the halt. It's before the halt. And so it gives you an opportunity to either get in before the halt. Obviously you don't know for sure anything's going to get halted, but it gives you an opportunity. And then once you see, what I'm really trying to say is when it got halted, I see 3 or 4 of them that got halted. Typically, yeah, they'll accelerate right from the halt. And how do you get in? I mean, then you're just chasing. But if it pulls back a bit and then it takes out that initial halt price, that's kind of a trigger for me. That's just something I've been, the only time I ever play a halt is if it halts and it moves down when it resumes, it moves back down below the halt price, and then it moves above the halt price. I will take some then. And, the races have been finding those. So it's pretty interesting, I have to admit. Just the biggest gainers from the owners.
I've been using them as a for my the ETF. So I got something up where I've got an ETF race. And I basically just do change from the close, and it just kind of shows me the ETFs that are moving as a relative strength guy, right? I like to do my top
Right.
down. We just have, just
Right.
like everything, we have to swing trade it, right? It's we build everything kind of from the day trader up. So as soon as it gets to the point where it can, work day over day or something to that effect, I think I'll be a little bit more into it, but we'll see.
We'll see.
I like the idea.
The old we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, and you know me, Michael. We'll see is me, you and me both. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I will say that now that it's kind of grown up a bit and it's using the symbols or the icons, I
The
guess, for the
logos.
company as opposed to those silly race cars, I like it a little bit better. It's a little bit less kiddie. It looks more like it's something that belongs on a professional trading desk kind of thing.
Well, and again, it's about finding the right thing to race on. And I think, I mean, the biggest gainers I've always used something like that. The biggest gainers from the open. I've always had a top list to stare at, like for many, many years. But, to put it in this little race format, it is, I have to admit, it is kind of cool. Not every day. I mean, today is an astonishing day. Not every single day, but, all you have to do is maybe find one or two a day, and that it really stand out, that they're up like 16, 18, 20%. That's what I'm liking about today. And these are not ones that are, when you see a lot of them, they're like 0.8%, 1.2%, whole hum. But all of a sudden you're seeing these staggering percentage moves. So anyway,
yeah, I got a question here
want.
for the scan. So just before I go, so there's the scan. The issue is, and this is something Barry, actually you'll like, we are building the ability to share symbol lists via
Good. I
cloud
thought you were going to
links,
say that. Yeah.
which will be good, and we're actually going to be able to do it by embedding affiliate links, which is something that just, if there's any, so like you could share your symbol list on Twitter, and right, if somebody clicks on that, it gets them, and they're not a Trade Ideas sub, then it will, right, there'll be monetary benefits there, but we can't do it yet. So that's kind of what I'm saying here to the gentleman who wanted the scanner. So that will get you this doc, and essentially it's just my ETF watch list. This one's always the SPY, and then I just have this scan running, and I can click through, and it will show me what the list is. So the thing is, you're just going to have to build your own list, unfortunately. So we already talked about this on the stream, so I'm sure you know how to do it. But as soon as you get whatever list together you want, just go to symbol lists and make sure that that's ticked. And this box up here says only the following list. So to start with, I would say grab all of, and you can just Google SPY sector ETFs, and it will give you a big list of symbols. Start there, and then just start to add whatever it is that you need. So I'm going to leave this up for just a second, so maybe you can take a screenshot.
I also set up a symbols list inside that people can get access at. That's going to be your KWeb, BDRY, LITXLE, all that.
What's that called?
Under
Chris?
symbols list. So look under. Let's see. I think it's user guide ETF maybe. It's going to be towards the bottom. User guide something with sector list. Sector analysis user guide. It's right above Swing Trade Watcher. All the way to the bottom. Go all the way to the bottom.
This one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And so it's got like 70 different ETFs in there for sectors. Obviously, some more liquid than others.
Okay, so that's interesting. So again, add existing list, and it's right. Scroll down to the bottom, and you see ETFs, and then it's 2 up from that one. And you can add that, and then you can actually take the symbols from there, and then you can make your own list and then add and remove as things go by. But that will be a good place to start. So then you just want to make sure that this race is running off of that top list, and you're good to go. So it's just a great way to know kind of what's happening in the market, right? So we can see KWeb, and we can see BRDY, which is just, shipping ETF. It's a good way to get going. So cool. All right, I guess we're Bogart and Barry's room for too long.
We are.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. No, I'm just taking another one from the race, believe it or not. Rev, REV. Just, I mean, I'm just sort of scalping these things, but hey, why not?
Well, in this market, right? That's the
Yeah,
everything turns on such a dime. It's a good to
exactly.
Revlon. Isn't that makeup? They're low float crazy ones.
Well, we'll take a look at Revlon on Friday. So on Friday, they said they're entering chapter 11. So you're going to see a big, REV, you're going to see
Oh,
a
yeah.
huge, big candle down. Yesterday down too, but for whatever reason, the bottom fishing today, and it's just had a
Remember what
tremendous.
happened? Remember what happened to Hertz
Yes.
when it went bankrupt, right? You just
Yes.
need some dummies on Reddit to notice it, and then all of a sudden, right to the moon, right?
Who are you
All right,
calling a
guys,
dummy,
I'm gonna
Lewis?
take off. You have fun. I think Chris may just experiment with the room for a second there, make sure he's good to go.
Okay, that's okay.
I've
I'll
already
just add
got.
my
Yeah,
screen.
I think I'm good. I'm good to go. I changed the screen on you a few times. I don't know if anybody noticed.
Oh no, okay. And if you want to sit down and talk Mac stuff,
All right,
I'm good until the marketing meeting.
Sounds good. And Barry, I'll see you in a couple of hours.
You bet.
Actually, an hour for the marketing meeting.
Exactly.
All
Okay,
right,
guys.
Adios.
We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, just get my music going. Okay, guys, sorry, in the main room, I was having a chat with Chris and Mike Cole in the YouTube room. And hey guys, you know what? I'm warming up to the races. Jamie Lee, where are you? Jamie Lee, I've been finding a way to actually use these. Just give me a moment. Give me one moment as I just turn down the sound a bit. There we go. So, okay, guys. So there should not be an echo. Tell me, you guys in YouTube, you should not be an echo. But if I get enough people, yeah, I see Don is trying to take out 16, DAWN, trying to take out 16. Oh, you guys in YouTube, just let me know if there is an echo. If there is, I'm not sure what I can do about it, but I just see one person saying there's an echo. Okay, thank you, perfect. What? There's something wrong with me. I keep typing in DWAN instead of DAWN for Don. There's something wrong with me. Okay, so must be on your end, Impossible Advisor 33. And AERC, man, oh man, what a nice recovery. Nice recovery. Okay, actually, I was going to ask you, Zach, about Zed, but I see it did not really bounce. I have an alert set for it around that 31.29 mark, and that's the Zillow group that came on your scan. Really hasn't bounced yet. So just kind of following some of these little ones that are starting. I mean, yeah, for whatever reason, out of nowhere, and that started at 11 o'clock, out of absolutely nowhere, we get this captain, and then we had this one was awesome, the CMRA. No, well, that was awesome also, but it was the BTMD for me when I was on my break, and I basically said, keep an eye on I think I said 582 break. It had to take out 582. I think that's what I said in the room. Now, granted, it didn't last, but my goodness, I mean, for 1 minute, this was incredibly awesome. 582. Yeah, I put an alert right there. Was able to get it just around 590 because it was moving so quickly. Burst right through six, and took most of it out just around that 615, 620 level. And so, but that was so quick, so quick. And then we had the COSM, which I did not partake in. I did not. I don't know if I saw it. I mean, I saw it on the. You see, I was still in my break, kind of, sort of in my break. I mean, I was. I mean, I was really having to pay attention to the BTMD, so I missed. I missed the COSM. Okay, Zed. What do you think, Zach? Well, I don't care what you think. I took it. And the market's the market should help. Okay, the market should help. And of course, I'm kidding. I do care what you think, but so the market, big level right here. If it can take out that 375, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, takes out that 375. I'm hearing you guys are talking about GTX on the move here. Now, how extended is that? Wow. Had a wee little pullback there on the 5-minute chart, but just, straight up on the 15s, just about. Yeah, out of nowhere, all these small stocks have just exploded. Not necessarily crazy low floats either. I mean, that's not a low float, 62 million. Not high, but it's certainly not low. All right, well, Z is right where I got it, so let's see if it moves from here. This is what I'm talking about. This is from Zach Scan. So the first alert was at 31.29 and then 31.19. And so I took it right around there because the market was moving higher. So see if it has any bounce in it whatsoever. Yeah, Cosmo. Yeah, right. How can we not think of Seinfeld? But Cosmo, that 249. Yeah, 249 is the next high looking left on both the weekly and the monthly chart for COSM. Little bit choppy. These topping tails here may be an issue. Also, as you know, stocks under $1.50, dollar 50, under $5 can sometimes be stalled at the 50-cent levels. Come on, Z, move. Either take me out of the trade or move. You're going to just give it just a little bit longer. I'm a little bit underwater in the Z. Well, how I'm using it, I mean, I can just give this to you, Bill. I mean, you just have to watch the winners. And, I mean, it still requires some trading. But I mean, I can just give this to you and you can, you can follow it yourself. Okay, that's just one of the biggest gainers from the open. So when you see something that's moving, now I mean it still requires, okay, am I going to take the trade right now? Maybe not. I mean a bottoming tail, but if it starts popping through, maybe I take the trade. That is up to you. Okay, there's never going to be a definitive, okay, you see CMRA and it seems to be winning this race. Do I take the trade? Right now, I don't quite understand why this says 10%. I freely admit I don't know why. So Femi, all you have to do is go to my homepage and you will see it there. So if you go to my homepage, and I'll give you the link, go to the scan section on my homepage. Here are the scan section, and here they are, basic new highs and lows and the don't repeat versions, okay? Yeah, see, this is the only thing I don't quite understand. I may change this from a 10-minute race to maybe a 5-minute race. Okay, guys. Well, okay. SPY did it. SPY did it. Took this area out. So we're on definitely in a mini bounce mode here. And maybe CMRA, I mean, it's holding 8 really nicely. Maybe put an alert around 318 to see if it takes that out. All right, Z. ZZ, guys. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. I am actually going to I want to see if I can do that here. I want to change it. I don't know if I can do it here. 10 minutes is too long for me. Yeah, I read something about DWAC. DWAC, yikes. Wow. Like, well, that's a big wow, guys. Oof. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is a headline from yesterday. This was a headline from yesterday. An expanded regulatory probe. Okay. Okay, Don did not do it. Did not take out that 16. Out of trades, guys. I just put a price alert up here. Did not take it out. Keeps me out of trades. I don't try to anticipate, a bounce or anything like that. If I don't get the price alert, I just forget about it. And it saves me so much. It saves my account from being chopped up. That's what it really does. I mean, I would always have a stop. Even if I decided, you know what, I think it's going to take this out And so I take it ahead of the 16 break. I would always have a stop, but what happens is, you can do that a few times and just really start chopping your, oh, thank you, yes, she'll have my break. You can just get chopped out of your account, or you can just chop your account up so much. That's why the price alerts are so awesome. Just, set the price alert, forget about it. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if we got some market news, or I really don't know. This was moving when I was on my break, so I don't know if there was, actually, no, that's not right. Yeah, 12:45 is when it started. I have no idea if there was some market news that's causing this. Okay, guys, when I was on my break, I did take some of that AERC. I'm out of it now. It's starting to give it up to a certain extent. I still have some alerts set up here in the 1550 mark. If it takes it out later on, I may get interested. Oh, I didn't even see that came on your, you know what? I think I've got do I have that a sound alert on it? Yeah, I do. I don't know why I didn't hear it for the DWAC. I didn't even see it on the DWAC. Kodak is going also? I'm not even looking at the other two. Yeah, Kodak's going. How's AMC doing? Just out of curiosity. I'd be watching EDU, guys. It's really, really basing nicely over 21. If we get a sort of a move like this, look how this one, look on the 15-minute chart. Let's get a bigger chart up. So look what EDU was doing here. I mean, a little bit choppy, and then it popped. So right here, same kind of chop, a little bit choppy, little topping tails, bottoming tails. But all of a sudden, if you get some volume, I mean, this could keep running. EDU. Yeah, I might have got a little greedy on the Z. We'll see. Yeah, maybe I got a little greedy on the Z. Looking for a bigger move. All right, BTMD maybe getting set up again, guys. The only issue I see right now is a spread, which is really bad. 490, 501 for a $5 stock. That's way too They're almost saying, you know what, we don't want any trades coming through. I'd stick an alert around 506 for BTMD and see if it takes that out with some volume. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. And I see PSHG. Haven't seen, I know Zach mentioned that one earlier, but I don't see it came on any scan that I've got. PSHG. Oh, that's why it's under $1. Yeah, I mean, I don't get interested in these unless they break $1. So that's my thing. I mean, what did it get to? It got to 95 cents. But I mean, obviously, even if it could take out $1, I mean, it's got a ton of room. So I'll stick an alert. I'll stick an alert around $1.03. Just see if it takes it out either today or tomorrow or at some point. Because if it does, it's got a lot of room. Just looking left. Well, CMRA, unfortunately, was not shortable for me. The low of the 15-minute candle is 247. That's probably an area to be watching. Yeah, look at the 5-minute chart. We've got some little action right at that price there at 240, 244, 245. Some action right there. So I'd be really aware of that. All right, guys. Well, hey, listen, EDU did not, but that's why you wait. It's just exactly why you wait. EDU is, it did not take the area out. I'm going to stick an alert at 2119 just to see. I do not want to lose sight of this BTMD if it does take out that 507 level. Well, COGT, guys, again, is kind of trying to do its thing. Off 9, little break here. 950 has a chance, I guess. All right, well, things have calmed down now for me. Wow, that bounce was short-lived for the DWAC. Man, look at that. That's actually a green bar ignored for DWAC. Catch up. All right, guys, I'm just watching the DWAC. Yes. Submit. Yes. Okay. Wow. Watching the DWAC, guys. That was that green bar ignored. I just had some anxious moments. So the bid had to catch up, or the ask had to catch up to the bid. There were only 3,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 2,000. I'm going to say 10, Barry. That is kind of the catch-all answer. Okay, for most. It will also depend on how, if something hasn't traded very much over the previous 5 days, it may look back further. Let's just say 10 though, okay? Okay, what am I doing now? Keep an eye on the CMRA. I mean, it may do something, you know? So traders are looking at that 430 level that it hit. Oh man, this actually hit, yeah, 326. That would have been a good little scalp. AMLX. So I saw this one earlier thinking maybe this was going to turn into a short, but this is rebounded. The high yesterday was 1514. So you can kind of see if it takes that out, it might have a bit of a run. And that's AMLX. Now, we had a huge topping tail now on that 15-minute candle, not the current one, the previous one. And now this candle is red. So we're still in real kind of chop mode. All right, guys. Well, here's another one. Too bad it's a little extended though. The EVLV, a little extended. EVLV, and this is 319 is the next high looking left. After that, 331. So looks like there's probably too much resistance nearby to really have an effective trade. Here's another little one, guys. Only 15 million in the float. HCWB. Not, well, I'm sorry. No volume. Forget it. No volume. So I got to put a minimum volume in this. You know, that's crazy. I don't want to see that. All right, so I'm going to show you how to start a race. So this is my biggest gainers. It's very much like what is on the channel. The difference is maybe I'll reduce it just a little bit, but you know, maybe I'll make it 200,000 shares. So I'm just going to show you how I'm going to start a race here. And this is my price range. I'm also going to sort by the, I always like sorting by price. Okay, so it's I'm going to start this race, launch real-time stock race. And again, this is just, you know, the way I'm going to do it. Expand it so I can bring in as a lot of different symbols. I'm going to run it. I want to run it for about 4 minutes. I'm going to sort on the change from the open. And based on, sorry, delta, sorry, sort on delta. And then based on change from the open, I want to replace cars. I want to show the company logos. I'm going to auto rerun. And I think that is it. Now I can go. So one of the nice, good improvements is that it used to take 30 seconds for a race to start. Now I guess it's only 10 seconds. I don't think 10 seconds is a long time. I really don't, but I actually do think that they are, shall I say, improving it. One of the things that they're doing, it'll be part, you can see right here, you see how the top list is changing? It's not waiting 30 seconds. And I don't know what it is. It might be 2 seconds, 3 seconds. That'll be a premium part of the premium plan, okay? For top list changing very rapidly. Again, I'm not 100% convinced that is, you know, something that I need, but they've definitely worked on that. So instead of the top list updating every 30 seconds, it will, because you can just see it flashing. Hopefully you can see how it's flashing, it's changing. And if you can't, well, you have to trust me, it is. Change the cars from black. You mean how to get the symbols, the symbols? Don't understand. How can I change the color of the cars from black? Probably no way. I don't see that there's an option. Yeah, there is no option, Raj, to do that. I don't even think, I mean, I'm on a development version. Help at about 5.5.89. I'm on a development version and there's no, yeah, there is no, all you can do is you can either have cars or or show company logos. That's in the development version. There's no option to do what you're talking about. Even in a later version. So well, it's too bad. We got very used to some of these really cheap ones being halted and now not getting any more. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, COSM, not just not shortable, but not shortable. Big red dot. That's the second one I've seen today, with the other one was the RBLX. Isn't that the Poe? Isn't that the old Henry Ford? You can have any color you want as long as it's black. Boy, GTX. I mean, I know you guys are trying to short it, and you may have shorted it. That's another one that's not. It's funny. I'm seeing a lot of red dots today. That's another one that is not shortable. Red dot, not shortable at Interactive Brokers. So that's three. RBLX was not RBLX. Our DBX. Our DBX was another one, and not shortable. Interesting. E-Trade, I'm surprised. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Just kind of biding my time. There is a marketing meeting in about 15 minutes that I'll attend. All right, I like the BTMD. I would like it better if the spread wasn't so bad, but the BTMD may, yeah, the spread at 506, 514. It's just too, now it's tightened up a bit here. All right, 510, 512. Hey guys, BTMD. That spread is not great, but let's see if it just gets that bid. And I'm not looking. This is not a long-term hold for me. You know, unless it does something really crazy. BTMD. It makes it tough to commit when you see a spread like that, but I got fairly lucky. The spread, it was 510, 512 when I got it, so come on, get that bid has got to catch up to the ask. Sorry guys, I just have to watch the BTMD. You know, the bid just has to catch up to the ask. Well, it did, but on the way down. So this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't like this. Here's a fancy one. Procept Biorobotics. Biorobotics. Procept. All right. That is PRCT. A lot of room. Yeah, so I'm out. I got out. I mean, it just didn't. That spread. The minute you start seeing games like that, guys, you know, that is a red flag. So I was able to escape this one. But BTMD, you know, when you start seeing like 520, 529 on a $5 stock, 9-cent spread, that is a big red flag for me. Big red flag. So, I mean, you know, I mean, it's back up to 518, but it's 492, 519. That's Not good. Electronic Arts buyout rumor. Let's take a look at EA. Yeah, I mean I don't know. I don't know if I should be interested in this again. The BTMD, I mean, it's back up 510, 517, just because of that high, I mean, that high that it hit 638. I mean, that's a long ways up there for a $5 stock. All right, guys, keep an eye on the AERC again, I guess. If it takes out 15, it starts to run from 15 again. I still have a bunch of alerts set way higher than that. See if it really takes out that 15, it starts to run. What traders would be looking at is the fact that it hit 20. I don't know, for probably not much volume, but it did hit 20 in the pre-market, and that is AERC. Yeah, well, actually, with the AUVI, there is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. AUVI, there's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart right there. So your trigger would have been about 304. But what's looming above it is that 200-day moving average, 329. To me, that's just too close. Boy, blue, just day after day, just getting hammered, BLUE. On the EDUE again, guys, I know it had the pullback all the way back down to 20. Well, I guess it wasn't that bad, 2070. But if it takes out these highs here, it might run again. EDUE. All right, ARNC, what do you want to do? I mean, this again is from ZachScan. It's not that far away. 2713 was the alert. So I will stick in a price alert around 2715. However, I want the market, I don't want to see a red bar. I mean, this was an amazing one yesterday, really, because, remember, the market was down huge yesterday, and this had a nice day. ARNC had a nice day yesterday. Well, we used to think EFOI, but it's not running with it at all. And of course, AERC. Those are the three. PO. I mean, that's the big one, I guess. And then you've got AUVI. But EFOI, I'm gonna have to just write EFOI off. All right, guys, marketing meeting is going to start in a couple of minutes, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. right, guys, I'm back. And Zach, you didn't answer me. That ARNC has turned out to be a very nice bounce. I wanted to know if you took that ARNC. I did. I took the ARNC, and that is just a nice little bounce here. That's from your scan, of course. Now, OMI, yeah, even that one was pretty good. I'm not in that one, but the ARNC, you know why I liked it a lot? Is because of what it did yesterday. You know, I was looking at this and thinking, man, oh man, I mean, with the day the market had yesterday, and that had like a green candle, are you kidding me? So I know, yes, today is red, but I thought, you know what? This is just too juicy to not take. It was that simple. That's what I was thinking. And it didn't, I mean, the alert was at 2713, and it got down to 2694, I think. So not dramatically below. So I waited for the 2713 to come back and took it basically there. And I'm looking here thinking 2760 or so is going to stall it. Probably. So and I put in, just when I was in this meeting, in the meeting, I put the KAVL in. I think it's pulled back a little bit though, but it did have a nice jump up to 230. Of course, this was a big one in the pre-market. Big one in the pre-market. Actually, after hours had some after hours news. It's an earnings play today, but just really fizzled. But you never know with these things. That's the craziness, you know. You think, nah, nothing's going to happen. And all of a sudden, in the last hour and a half, you get this, you can get a run. The ARNC showed up in Zach's bounce scanner right here. Bounce plays from Zach. And one of the ones I'm sharing. And with that in mind, I'll just talk about my homepage. It's getting about 20 minutes from now. I'll probably be putting myself on mute. Room, as always, open till 3:30, approximately 3:30. I do sometimes maybe shut down at 3:26, but approximately 3:30. If anything, Hall, I think I have tougher filters. But let's take a look. Okay, let's take a look. Right click and click configure and then summary. And what do we see? What do you see? Maybe you have. I think Zach originally had 500,000 shares. It's possible because it's only 629,000 now. But what do you have? If you can see my screen, and if you right click and click on the summary of what you've got, just do a comparison. What is the difference? Can you see my screen? Okay. The only thing I've added is, but that wouldn't have blocked it. I mean, I don't want to see anything until 20 minutes after the market opens, but hey, Mike, in our YouTube room. All right, well, as you're looking, hopefully you can see what the difference is. So you have 500,000? Yeah, I moved it to 400,000. So that's what I thought, because this volume is only 635 now. So it's possible, yeah, it's possible. Well, in fact, I can tell you that's exactly it, because there's the volume at four, you can't see it quite, but it's 472,000. That would be the difference. Okay, that would be the difference. The best long ones? Well, we had some of these ones here, like these. So what was my best long one? Probably just because it was so quick was the BTMT. I was able to get the CMRA, but the BTMD was so quick. I got in at 582 and it popped so quickly up to 630. All right, guys. So I am just going to go over my homepage just briefly. So if you click on my link, so of course there's a way if you want to take out a subscription right now. Here you go. Promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes, but it's well worth it. 10 videos. Starts off with literally the download and installation, okay? You can subscribe to my daily stock of the day video that I do at noon. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. I don't think it's going to trigger this week. It's VTNR. Doubt if it's going to trigger. We need the resource sector to really come back, but it didn't trigger, so there's no harm. In other words, it never got active. All the education is here in that section on my homepage. Got the great guide, the daily support session. So I think Chris is going to be in the YouTube room today, 3:30 to 4:30. I don't think he's doing a Zoom meeting. I may be wrong, but he'll certainly let you know because he'll be in the YouTube room just before. The daily webinars, you can there is one today. So we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's free. Starts off with what is a stock? And then if you do want my scans, oops, here's my scans section right here. Click here. And we're talking about Zach's bouncers and toppers right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Actives up, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. But here are all the scans that I am sharing. So save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, you can take a look at the getting started whenever you want. Yeah, Mike, up until that point, I was asked about a trade that maybe a good trade or whatever. Up to that point, I found it very choppy, very, very choppy. And all of a sudden, at 11 o'clock, the fireworks started. We had this halt, this CPTN, then we had a halt for CMRA, then we had the halt for BTMD, we had a halt for COSM. I mean, it was unbelievable. This one, I don't know what this one did, FSRD. But we had all these very low price stocks halting. and giving us, opportunities. Well, not exactly, Martin. I don't have DAS, so I'm not sure. I don't know. The only anybody here in the room that has DAS Trader? I know one of the things is to run trade ideas. Like I'm out of my element, sort of, but I mean, running trade ideas and maybe DAS run it in administration mode or administrator mode. But other than that, no, I don't know. So I'm just wondering if anybody. I'm just wondering if anybody in the room has DAS Trader and is able to link. The other thing you can do, of course, is to go to our support. I know Bill is always there and he's sort of our linking expert. Okay, and you can try him. I don't see anybody in the room that's answering that question. So I guess there's nobody in the room that has DAS Trader and has linked it to trade ideas. Is this a buyout? MMYT? It looks like the way it's trading. Maybe not. Okay, I just had it flatlined a little bit. Boy, this market, yikes. So now we are in the neighborhood of having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days of the SPY, and especially some major days. These three right here, Thursday, Friday, and Monday, just some major downturns in the market. UVI is it's been choppy, but boy, this is really moving now through that 200-day moving average also. So they actually had some news, I guess, this morning. I didn't see that news. It certainly was a delayed reaction, but more news. Patented Lumicide surface disinfection solution into New York City's Mount Sinai. All right, so some more news about it on top of the news that it had, I guess, last week. And when you look left on the weekly chart, 467. So, I mean, this still has some room. Boy, this one's got a long ways to go. AMPH, look at this one. So AMPH, I guess it had that big down day. Can't remember what happened exactly, but this went from 37 down to 28. Chopped around a little bit. So you can see, I mean, it's got a ton of room. And that's AMPH. Great, I'm glad it worked. Okay, so Harish, I think in the guide, I think it is covered, but I can kind of show you. Okay, but let me just check the guide out. One-click trading. Did you take a look at one-click trading and also chart? Did you take a look at chart trading, Harish, in the guide? Because that, I'm pretty sure that's going to cover it. I mean, I can quickly show you, but I mean, I think, but you should have, you know, even if I show you, you might forget some of the things I'm saying. So I think chart trading is right there. Okay, so you have to go to, you're talking about using the buy button on the chart to place a trade. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about something else? I'm talking to Harish in our YouTube room. So I have to know what you're talking about. Are you talking about being able to click on the buy button, or are you talking about something else? Wow, AUVI is screaming higher here. Okay, so Harish, can you answer me? I just have to know when you talk about how do I access buy and. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. No, no, no. If you click, if I click on DRE, this is from the AI. I don't know if you have the AI or not, but when you see a blue arrow and something in the y-axis, that means this is an AI alert. Okay. The blue arrow, yeah, that would mean it was a long. Okay, and that is the candle in which the on a 15-minute chart. If I backed up a 5-minute chart, you know, I went back in time, I would see it where it is on the 5-minute chart, or I would see it if I back. Well, here it is on the 60-minute chart right there. Okay, there's nothing to do. You don't. There's no option really. It just is going to happen. Okay, well then, unless no, I think it's just I think it's automatic. Well, show AI trades. No, I think it's automatic. I might have to do a refresh. In properties though, just make sure you've got show AI trades, and then so there's nothing for you to do. Okay, it's just a matter of, so when you click, so Billy is another AI trade, right? So there it is. There's the blue arrow. And I know that Dawn was a short, so that's why you would have seen the arrow going down. Of course, it's not profitable, so I don't see it in my. But that's, so if you see a down arrow, then you know it's an AI trade, because the other blue arrows, if I click on an alert, anytime I click on an alert, So if I click on MARPS as an example right there, I will see a blue arrow, but it's not an AI trade. It's just telling me there's the candle in which the alert happened in a 5-minute chart. Okay, as an example. And anytime I click on it, so I click on blue at 9:48. Okay, so there on the 15-minute chart, you do see an upward blue arrow, even though in theory this is maybe, looking to short it. It's just telling you the candle in which this happened. That's all it is. The AI is a little bit different in that you'll also see in the y-axis, you'll see the price. So again, clicking on DRE, there's the blue arrow, and also on the y-axis, you see the alert price at 50.49. But there's nothing for you to do. It just happens. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean it has, but AUVI certainly. I guess you know what, AERC needs more news again. I guess that sort of led the pack. AUVI kind of followed a couple of days later, but I guess AERC needs more news. So Harish, does that answer your question? I think you only have to make sure in a chart is that if you right click and click on properties, that you have checked AI trades. Okay, and make sure that's checked. No, you have to know how to trade, Harish. Okay, AERC is one of the hardest ones to trade. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. So it's just a difficult one to trade. I mean, argument to be made, maybe, on that 15-minute chart right there, 1388, it ran. But no, AERC is a very, very difficult, and the chart's never going to tell you when to get out. Listen, there is sort of, but understand that it's just a guide. Anytime I click on an alert, if I click on AIVI right now, you're going to see that it's telling me if you took this trade right at 359, a suggested exit, the smart stop, is going to be 336. Okay, I don't know if you can see that. Let me get a big chart up and you'll see what I'm talking. This is just a suggestion. I personally never use it, but I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But so if I click on AUVI right now, need the symbol linking. Okay, so I'm going to click on AUVI right now. And you see right now, so if I took the trade right here at 357, they're suggesting that a smart stop would be here, at 330. I mean, you can try it, use the simulator, see how that works. This is automatically created. It's an algorithm that goes through, the 15-minute candles, the high, the low of the day, feeds that information in, and it'll generate a smart stop based on the current price. The target is no big deal. It's just double the difference between where you got in, if you took it right there, and the stop. So let's pretend this was 20 cents away. So the target would be 40 cents. Again, I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Because, I mean, if the trade is still working well, why would you get out? But what I would maybe recommend is you can use our simulator. You can start clicking on some alerts and you can say, okay, I'm going to use this smart stop and see how it would work, as an example. But you have to understand also, AERC is a difficult one to trade. And if you're just starting out trading, There's a lot to learn, yeah, before you start trading. That's why use the simulator. Use it, use it, use it. It's there for exactly for people like yourself, who's just starting out. Even just the execution, getting used to. I mean, all brokerage platforms can vary, but usually there's a buy button or a sell button. Okay, so I mean, just the ability to get comfortable placing a trade, even if it's in the simulator, just the mechanics of doing it. And I realize that. I mean, unless if you have, brokerage platforms differ. I get it. But there's a general. I mean, there's going to be a symbol. There's going to be a way in which you can pick how many shares, and you click a buy button or a sell button if you're shorting, things like that. So just get used to, the actual execution of trading. Okay, guys. So I'm just, okay. Now I say I'm on mute, but I mean, obviously I'm sitting still here. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if I have to. If somebody asks a question that needs me to be, that I have to be on the mic, I will. Okay, but I will put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, Chris will be in YouTube today. I just confirmed with him. So getting set to shut down. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. He's not there right yet, but he should be there momentarily. And I'll get my script together. I'll be shutting the room down now. What time is it? Yeah, 3:27. I think I'll shut the room down now. Just get my script together. All right, everybody. Well, you know what? At the beginning, I was just bored to tears. And then all of a sudden, 11 o'clock Eastern time, we started getting all those crazy little halts, stocks that gave us some tremendous runs if you were able to take advantage of them. So for me anyway, it turned kind of a dreary day into something that was kind of fun. So again, thanks for all the help, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Until then, have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTube is still open, of course. Just waiting for Chris to show up. Wow, this SYM, guys, I mean, talking to YouTube, but wow, that's a nice move for SYM. And it has room. 17 is the next high looking left. Can't take it now, but very interesting move. Wow, look at DWAC. Oh man, I hope nobody was holding this one. This is just getting clobbered on that SEC news. I mean, this is when it was a SPAC, down to $10 right here. And of course, we had that crazy couple of days when it got all the way up to $173, $27 now. I keep thinking this EDU is going to have an end of day run, and it might now. EDU may have an end of day run.
It's been a week for China.
SYM. There he is. Look at SYM. Look at SYM, Chris.
SYM.
Look at the room it's got.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is showing up on one of my races. So.
Uh-oh.
And
we're making Barry a believer.
Yeah, you know what? There were some. Let me just get rid of my sound alerts on trade ideas. They're going crazy with EDU. Yeah, look at EDU starting to rip. Yeah, at about 11 o'clock, as I was saying, 11 o'clock Eastern time, we started seeing all sorts of small stocks being halted, and about 4 or 5 of them just absolutely ripped, even just before the halt or after the halt. And of course, they were all showing up on the races. So, yeah, I'm a believer now. In fact, let's take a look at CPTN right now. Look at CPTN. CPTN. Bye, Chris. I'm going to maybe take CPTN.
All right. Let me get my screen sharing up and you're out of here.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Barry. We'll see you later. Take care.
You betcha. Now, hey, when do you, did you take your exam?
Nope. They emailed me and said they'd be in contact with the makeup exam. So I'm at their mercy right now.
Oh, I see. Okay. But maybe sometime this week?
I'm hoping so. The sooner the better before some of the stuff starts to leak out of my brain.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Chris, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good. Okay. Bye, Barry.
Bye-bye.
So hello, everyone. Happy. What is it? Tuesday, right? Still Tuesday? My goodness, sometimes it's hard to keep track of this stuff. So hopefully my screen is coming in well. I'm up and running now with my new machine and AWS. And earlier, AWS was running sluggish on me, and now it seems to be pretty snappy and looking good. So we're moving up and on in the world. Mike C, what's happening? So I just happen to have Holly up. Did she do all right today? Nope, I don't think so. Take a look. Oh, that's all right. Let's see, alerted at 50.49. That was a good trade. It's saying max profit of, okay, I think I know why. This isn't right now. Maybe it is. All right, either way, that's a pretty solid alert there. Billy, it was a 25.56. Yeah, you had about 30 cents or so, but a workable 30 cents, let's call it, and plenty of time actually in it. Yeah, that was all right. Dawn dish soap. I don't think it was Dawn dish soap. That's just an ugly chart. Extra ugly. The eyes have it. Yeah, not much doing there. Not terrible, not great. Let's see, 27. 27 was the entry price. 27.34. All right, can't ask for a whole lot in this market. And take a look at the last one. I don't really look at Holly much anymore, but had it up, so why not take a look? And nothing doing there whatsoever. Let's see, 51 was the 51.44. Nah, there's nothing doing in that trade. And it was some good, some bad, some ugly. So, and Barry's talking about that SYM, and it's on my race, and I bet it's been on my race for a while now. But it's been on that race for the last, I guess, 10 minutes or so, give or take. So probably when it started breaking above this level right here. So very cool stuff. Nice 1 minute volume that's going on there. Let's span these windows out. And I saw your questions. Give me 1 second, Laura. Still trying to find my way a little bit with some of this stuff that I'm updated on here. But overall, we're putting this in the win column finally. Is there a way to get an alert to see volume as it starts to increase, not just after it spikes? You could do something with some customs, comparing the previous candles, or previous time frame, because you don't compare candles. So you can compare a previous time frame volume with another one. Let's see if I have something. Are you familiar, Laura, with customs? Let me know if you're familiar with customs. I'm not. I don't know if this becomes more complicated in customs and comes to the very limit of what I can do. But essentially what we can do is we can reference code that exists within the system. So let's try it like this. I'm curious. Can I bring this over? Nope. All right. So that's going to be one trick for me with doing a workstation like that. Let me see something here. I can't just bring web pages over like I used to before. Let me see if I can start one over here on the virtual machine. All right, so here we go. So we're coming to the home page here. This will be a tutorial for everybody right now. And of course, if anybody else has questions on any of this, let me know. And I'll start you here with it. And I just have a very basic understanding of customs. So on the heavy hitting stuff, and if we can't answer it here, mark this down as UPPORT at trade-. is. All right, that's where you're going to want to come and email, and it'll be Stephanie that ends up helping you. But so when we're on this here, this page, I don't think I'll be logged right in. So hold on, let me log in. You're going to go to login. And so I'm just doing that now. All right. So here we go. So if we were back on the home page here and you click login, all right, that's going to bring you here to this page, and you're going to scroll down to custom formulas. All right, and you're going to find where it says, now you're probably not going to have any formulas like I have in here already. And for those that are going to ask, no, I have no special formulas in here. There's no magic scan. Most of these formulas were given to me because I had to troubleshoot user scans that had customs they built into them. So I don't even know what half these do. You're going to come to this PDF document here, and you're going to want to open that in another tab or link. All right. And we're going to scroll down here. All right. And we can see in here all these different formulas that exist. And you have your basic standard operators in C language. All right. For building out any of these things. But what I want to get to is some of the instruction stuff that can show what can actually be done. All right. So for example, here, this will compare the stock's volume in the last minute to the stock's volume in the previous 4 minutes. And so that's a way to see something that's been picking up over the last minute compared to the last 4 minutes, essentially. All right. So that's a custom formula that you could use in there. You could do it, compared to the last 10 minutes. And you're not limited to do it. So this is doing it by shares. If you wanted to use the percent volume, I just happen to like the percent volume better. You would use the formatting of this here, but then you would use the volume percent, which the rest of the codes live in this right here, filter codes for custom formulas. You would use this instead here, V1, this volume 1 as the code, but you'd use the formatting of this. So you'd have, the volume 1 divided by times the formula that's in here, putting volume 5 and volume 1 in here instead of these V up 1, V up 5 divided by 5 here. That's essentially what the code would be. Just subbing, like I said, volume 1 and volume 5 for percent instead of volume in shares. Because up here, even though it's not in the system for everybody to outright use, we have in the system shares per minute, shares per 5 minutes, shares per 10 minutes, shares per 15 minutes, shares per 30 minutes here. So it exists within the system that you can add as a filter actually, but it's not built into the software. But it's a data point that's in there that's used for formulas that create some of the other filters that exist within the system. So let me know if that kind of makes sense. If you're familiar with a little bit of C programming and doing some functions like this, and none of it's overly complicated, it's just something that I opted not to put as much effort into as I did for my CMT studies. That's all. I had to pick one or the other. I picked CMT. At some point that, my knowledge in this continues to grow little by little, but not an overall focus on this. But this is a way that you can do an increasing volume, or the best way that we could do an increasing volume, essentially. So let me know that that makes sense. If you have other questions, I'll try to answer those the best that I can. And then, yeah, Mike C's throwing out some good stuff here too. All right, perfect, Laura. And then don't, I know I'm saying, I have limited knowledge on this, but I don't want you to think that like, oh, here's the keys to the car, but I'm not telling you how to put it into the ignition. Here's the keys to the car. The instruction manual is at support@trade-ideas.com. And I always follow along with anything Stephanie does on the customs. I don't always learn from what she does because sometimes it still goes a little bit above my head, but she can definitely, she'll definitely help you with that. And she can even probably get a template of something together for you if you needed, that much assistance with it. If you're comfortable with doing the code itself, but maybe you're just a little lost on some of the operation functions, she can help you that way too. So, she's really good in both senses with, one, she can either just kind of hand you the fish in a sense. From there, you can adjust the fish. Bad example, but the idea of teach a person how to fish versus just hand them a fish. So she can do a little bit of both for you in that sense to get you going as much or as little as you want on that. Where you guys pull short float data or accurate? I was just building a top list. Maybe this is 84. It doesn't seem right. So our short float data, our fundamental data like that comes from FactSet, Wes. They're one of the largest data providers in the world. And kind of sort of the way that it works is that brokers and market data reporters that actually hold that data, so big funds or anything like that, they have to report fundamental data on the 15th of each month essentially. But they can drag their feet on it, and how the exchanges report that, they can drag their feet on it and all those things like that. So we're at two mercies. One, we're at the mercy of the people that report the data to report it on time and accurately, which they have all kinds of ways to manipulate that data. And then two, FactSet, them getting the data, digesting it, pushing it back out to us essentially. So let's see, BBBY. Then I'll also say this, things like short float, trying to think of what else. Some of these things are based on estimates. There's no hard data on some of those things. And so if you were to look at short float for a stock on 5 different platforms, you're going to get 5 different, data examples. Now, none of them should be widely variable. You shouldn't see one person reporting short float 100% and one person reporting short float 1%, generally speaking. But you might see someone at 75 and you might see someone at 80, or you might see someone at 15 and you might see someone at 13. It could vary like that. So like BBBY, short float, 84%, and let's just for fun. Let's see if Barron's will give it to us for free. So yeah, they've got a short float of 33%. So we might have to poke our data provider and see if they're behind. But that doesn't mean Barron's is correct either. And just because someone's got a name on something doesn't make them, the end all be all. Let's check market beat, see if they got it for us. So yeah, 32 looks like it's correct. So we might be behind the curve on it with FactSet right now. Entirely possible. Just want to see if it has short growth, because that may be where it's coming. I don't even days to cover. Oh, there's the days to cover. Interesting. We have almost the same days to cover though. Last record May 31st. So they could be behind or ahead of the curve. Technically, it's supposed to be updated tomorrow. Yeah, so Bed Bath & Beyond could be one of those anomalies. I'm not sure. We can I can give a poke to the data department and see if they can give us some headway on that. I mean, 32% short the float is still a massive short float. All right, and then orange, how do people trade the close and sell the open? Well, that was something that was being done for several years where people would buy the close and sell the open. I don't think that's, I don't know that's going to work currently. We're talking about just the overall market. But, looking at a 15-minute chart, that doesn't seem to have been working for a while here. You could have bought the close and you did all right there and sell the open. That wouldn't have worked all through there. We can go back and give examples all through here, some buying the close and working and some not. But there was, for a very long time, it was like clockwork. You could buy around 3 o'clock, and it's not every day, and it's not like it's some magic formula. It just, we were in a very trendy bull market, during that time period. So that's all. Yeah, and people that short, they cover those positions. A lot of people cover fairly quickly. Generally speaking, nobody holds a short position like they do a long position. It's a really good way to get margin called really fast. I just had a message coming in, and keep firing questions away for me. Or if I didn't answer something satisfactory, you can keep plugging up. I'll do my best to make that answer for you. Okay, yeah, Roman. So Wes had something. Give me 1 second, Roman. Let's just catch up with Wes. There was a study done on buying the SPY on the close and sell the open every day. I don't know specific numbers. Just like astronomical higher than holding all year. Yeah, Wes. No, Michael did something like that too, and also with like a reinvested dividend or something like that. I can't remember all the everything with it, but yeah. Yeah, there was definitely something there for a while. I don't think that's there now. Yeah, the ratio. So just think of any ratio. 1 is your baseline, 2 times, 3 times. And so the strong volume is going to probably have either 10 or 30-day look back. I can't remember what it is. And comparing the volume like that essentially is what it's doing. So something's really, with volume much more than it was, then it would be like that. So, all right. For Roman on the races, he's been sending in a lot of tickets, and it's something that's easier to explain when we're looking live like this. So the races work in a threefold like this here, or what I consider to be a threefold. So I had this race here. I'm racing on Bollinger Bands in 15-minute positions. So all races start off as a top list essentially. All right, that's what they are at their core. So if I right click and I come into configure, we see top list configure here, right? And if we look at this top list and we come to the window specific filters, I've essentially told this race or this top list, I want you to find me stocks between $4 and $30, traded at least 200,000 shares on the day. I want them to be 80% above the low of the lower Bollinger Band. I want them to be flat or up in the last 5 minutes. And the 1 minute volume on this, I want it to be, I just have a 25 in the minimum. I'm knowing that, meaning that the stock is just alive within the last minute to be on this list. It's not like I'm looking for big volume. I just want to know that it's trading. I don't want stuff that hasn't traded in the last 5 minutes popping on this list. And I put that in there because there's a lot of stuff that was doing that. So it's just my workaround to make sure that it's active stocks that are coming on this. Then that's the first fold. So now the top list has found those stocks. All right. And this is just one example. There's an infinite examples that could be done, how you want to scan, right? And then after you've scanned and you found them, now you have to say, all right, top list, I want you to order them. So I said on the sort, I want you to sort them that the ones that are in the highest position of their Bollinger Band are at the top of the list and put them in a descending order like that. So that's how the top list part of this works. Now we got a race, right? And if I press OK on the race, we started the race again. And now I come to the race setup. And it can race on any of the columns that are within the top list. So just real quick again, on that top list here, where's it? Configure. If you were to come to columns, anything that you have as a selected column, you can race on. You can pick that as a race. And if you don't have something that's selected that you want to race on, you could always search and then, whatever it is, a 5-day range I want to race on, for example. Click show column and it'll become, an option to race on, all right? So in here in the race setup, this is the next step of it. So here we set, time is the goal. You can pick how many lanes up to 20 lanes, and you got to just make sure that the window's big enough to hold that many bars essentially, because it's a bar chart more or less. All right. And then you pick the time that you want to run. I've settled on 3 minutes. I have no reason that I picked 3 minutes. I just randomly picked it, and that's what I've decided to run with. I like my 3-minute races. You might want 5. You might want 1. You might want 10-minute races. I don't know. But that's what I went with, was 3 minutes. And then what are you going to base the race on, right? And so the race being based on, let me see something. I stopped the race. Okay, so now I can do it. So now in here is where the columns that I have to race on. So I chose 5-minute percent as a column. You could choose relative volume to race on. You could choose change from the open to race on, change from the close. You could choose, 5-minute volume percent to race on. Any filter that exists within a top list, you can choose to race on. All right. So I happen to choose that. Then we sort the race based on, I choose delta value. The reason I choose delta value is this, and I think this is probably the better way to do races in general, but I implore everybody that's interested in this, explore, test all these things, all right, and see what you see what works for you. And so what delta value does, it says, all right, I found all the stocks that I want. I've ordered the stocks that I want. Now I know that they all meet these things. I want to start them all evenly on the race. And that's what delta value does. It says, all right, now we're going to start evenly. So everything is going to start even based on the last 5-minute change. And then it's going to show me how they're moving now based on that 5-minute change. And that's why I use delta value. And then there's some other functions to pay attention here. Replace the cars means that, if something doesn't meet the scan criteria, kick it off. If something new meets it, bring it in. We have the, the auto here, auto start. We have auto reload the rate, auto run the races. We can sort for biggest winners or losers, descending order, and all these different items that are in here essentially. I think there are a few things you won't have access to because I'm on a test version right now, but most of the main controls you should still see that I'm going over. And that's more or less what I'm doing with these races. So let me know. All right. So if I share the link with you, yes, it'll load just like that. Exactly like that. I really don't have a recommendation on any of that stuff because I don't use those channels. I use what I've created for races, number one. And I mean, look, I'd never experimented with the race times. I went right to 3 minutes. So I don't have anything to compare it to. I'd say go with it for now. And if you don't like the results you're seeing from it, change it and then save it to your cloud. Whatever changes you make in a channel or anything like that, save that whole thing to your cloud. And then you can do whatever you want with it from there once it's saved to your cloud. Because, you just can't save it. You can't save it to the channel bar itself. But, most of those channels were edited by Dan and Brad, who are really kind of the architects of the races. And aside from me, they probably are the only people that use races more than me that I know of anyways. So I would say, something along those lines that given their experience, I'd at least give it a solid look of that 10 minutes. And if you think that 10 minutes is too long for a race, swap it out for something shorter. One of the reasons I like my 3-minute races is see how I have over here, it says SCO5, GTX4. That means how many races they've won, and I'm sorting them by top 10. All right. So open top list. So I can do show all winners or sort by top 10, essentially. So I have all the top 10s like this, and you see how they're numbered 1 through 10, and then each race that they've won. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Yeah, Mike, see, I've been watching these China stocks for a little bit now. And you've been hanging around. You know how I felt about the K-Web for a long time, and I feel like there's been a bit of a trend reversal, or at least a short-term trend reversal in the K-Web. So even the FXI. So I definitely think Chinese stocks are something people want to pay attention to. That's for sure. That's Canada. I thought, oh no, Thales guys, China. VPS coming, VIPS, that's coming. That's China. So that's more or less my short and skinny of the races. I'm not sure what you mean by make the races column smaller. If you mean like making the bars themselves smaller, I don't think there's anything like that right now. But you can shrink the race itself. You can grab it and move it in and out and have it the length of that smaller. Gotcha. No, there isn't anything in the works as far as font size at the moment for decreasing it that I'm aware of. Sorry. I think, you're going to run into graphical issues where, you're looking at this stuff and first off, being able to see that. And then, in the next short bit anyways, here, we're going to release a version where you can put, you can see the icons here instead of cars now. That's what I'm going with the icons. And so, how small can we make those icons is going to be a graphical issue, I think, too. Oh, wow. It's 4 o'clock. I didn't even realize that. Good call, Mike C. They are a little bulky. You're right. I won't argue that, but I use so few windows nowadays in trade ideas. I'm curious, what's my K-Web doing? Oh, well, K-Web, market's down, K-Web's up. China might be where the play is now. U.S. stocks are going to be out of favor overall. You can trade China stocks through the U.S. exchanges. They're listed here, but, this starts to get this pretty nice kind of look right through here right now. And again, for now, we're looking at higher lows, all right? We could even say at this point, Well, I won't give it at that yet. But if we can hold, that was not good. We can hold this here, not take out this low here. We can start to even say, if we can get another high above this, then we can say higher highs on top of higher lows. All right. We're going to need one more. We're going to need to get a close above last, whatever that was, whatever day that was. So let's see. Yeah, SPY ends down just a touch, but down nonetheless. Bigger picture of things. Levels we haven't seen since. Expand this out a little bit, see if that helps out from my charts. So, looking at this, we haven't seen something like that since March of last year. So, I'm talking 15 months since we've seen something like this. Alrighty. So, all right, I think I got everybody's questions to this point. Still doing a little navigating with some of the stuff that we're doing here. For me, for having new setup here. So let's see. I want to load my evening scan. Let's go through a few charts together. Maybe we can find something that might bounce tomorrow. We've got a couple of down days in a row, a couple of big down days involved with those down days in a row. So perhaps maybe we can catch a bounce somewhere. Take a look here. That's interesting. Nice move. Decent liquidity. You can see it had its real big day back here, but we're trying to pick up a little more through here. Not a real big float. Probably got a sizable growing short float at this point. That might be something to keep an eye on. I'll say that this level here, not a great line to draw, but you get the picture where I'm trying to go. I think that's going to be a big deal. But then look at the space that it has if it gets through that up to here. And as Barry would say, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I'm just saying look at the potential that exists. EDU, that thing's gone nuts. China. IQ, China. All right, this thing was coming through my races quite a bit today. Early in the day anyways. I didn't get it later in the day, so I had to swap what my account was on. That's interesting. But DAO, that's China, right? There's another China climbing all day long. So again, what do we do as traders? As traders, we identify a trend, right? We try to identify the trend as early as possible. Eastman Kodak, I don't pay mind to these things, especially when they had nonsense news attached to them. But all the same, it's a chart. A few items in here worth noting. Dawn holding up the way it has for a couple of days. Now it's got some sideways action for a couple of days. Maybe is this setting up for another leg up? Possibly. Definitely got some stuff to work through though. When you look left, definitely got some price action to work through here. But all the same, worth noting. Still trying to get the right size on all this here for these windows. All right, so it's Dawn. Let's see what else. JDST. I mean, it's a choppy, sloppy looking daily chart, but all the same. Might have some room on that. It's already kind of gone. Well, it had that big down day, and then it also has the big up day on it. So, again, some ideas are going to always be more quality than others, but there might be someone watching that thinks, you know what, this is something I should be keeping an eye on. This is something worth keeping an eye on. Let's see, Cal. When you've got stuff that's up on a down day like this, and we're going to have to bounce at some point on the market. How much we bounce, that'll be a question. Being ready to be on the long side when the market bounces for that day and a half, whatever we may get. That's a big deal. You can end up with something really big, big trade that makes your month actually, and that's a nice looking kind of flag right there, trying to be a flag. Started to hump over a little bit, but today it brings itself back. So that might be something worth watching. So, just here in this one scan, we got a few reasonable ideas to look at. No, it's garbage, and this is going to be garbage too. Yeah, and more garbage. ALT, this might be something worth watching. Zoom in a little more, though. We don't need to be so zoomed out. Looking at this here, that was a pretty big hurdle to clear. This looks like a second one, but if it gets through that, are we looking up here maybe? Could be. Nice bottom. Look at that bottoming tail today, that kind of V that I had going on the intraday action. You can see that better over here. So again, let's zoom in. That nice bottoming tail that it's got there after a couple of days. So what that's telling us is, the buyers ripped this thing up higher, right? The sellers came in today, and the buyers came in a little stronger overall than the sellers. Yes, it was down a few pennies, but to hold that level after this, definitely worth noting and definitely worth watching. Let's see. You want you want both, but the real big baggers, those trades where you're like, wow, I can't believe I just made that trade. Those will be the ones that held up well when the market was tanking or rolling over. And then all of a sudden they're already holding up with strength. And now they have the market on their side. Those are the ones. Oh, tomorrow's Fed day. Oh, lovely. What can we expect? After the Fed releases their decision or whatever, expect a new intraday high and a new intraday low. That's what you can expect. Aside from that, expect probably lower volume overall. I would say you'll find the VIX contracting a bit. That's definitely something that'll be happening tomorrow. And those are really it. Those are the big things that I'd say to be on the watch for tomorrow. Other than that, have your plan. Probably smaller share sizes on things. I mean, it's not something I'd advocate, but if you're the gambling type for whatever reason with your money in the market, if you've got a bet, you want to bet on what the Fed is doing. Plenty of ways to make that bet, via stocks. So it's not a bet you're going to want to be on the wrong side of. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, yep, absolutely, Mike C. So Mike C is mentioning EDU, what it looked like in the pre-market. So, this thing wasn't running too far anywhere. You've got this nice tight range. And so he's saying it gives you a nice defined risk level here, right? If you were jumping this early, below there, you're not looking so good. You're looking down there right away. So that's that you don't get risk levels like that defined that well very often, I would say. Let's see. Let's take a look. Is there anything near its lifetime high? I have to imagine the scan's going to be kind of dead right now. Let's load it all the same. Interesting. Petroleum refineries, gas and oil. Zoom out a little bit just to get bigger picture. That's going to be a dollar play. Interesting. Commercial banking, but it looks like maybe they're part of a buyout that's getting dragged out. I think this is a buyout. It's a buyout. It's a garbage chart. It's a garbage chart. Buyout. I'm going to guess some kind of buyout, possibly. Garbage. And it's an index fund. So, all right, 1, 2, 3 ideas that are, near all-time highs might be worth taking a watch. Let's see, what did energy do overall today? So trying to hang in there. We got these bottoming tails, so the sellers are really coming in, trying to take it out. And it's very similar. It's more kind of a spinning top doji. Also, we'd call that a harami, I guess. Yeah, for sure, why not? Drop those. Let's drop those. Yeah, I am. You all know me. I'm not someone who's, the market's going to do this or it's going to do that. I just, the charts. Right now, this chart tells me, the SPY chart. I'm truly being honest with everybody. Give myself a little more daily chart space. I think we're headed to pre-pandemic highs. I think the shenanigans that were pulled to hold the market, not just hold the market up, but to really lift it. I think the shenanigans that went on for, oh, come on, stop being a jerk. I think those shenanigans, you know, they really, you're going to give it all up. I think we're going to see this level again. We're not even that far off of it, to be honest. The 340 or so, yeah. We could do it in a couple of days, in all honesty. In fact, it would be better if we did. 3 straight days of capitulation, down, bang, let's tag it and let's get on with life, you know. Unfortunately, I think there's going to be other extenuating circumstances that are coming back to haunt us from this this save that the Fed made. Not just our central bank, but central banks around the world. You know, you're coupled with another thing of, you know, as refineries continue to get shut down around this country and around the world, we can't produce enough gas. We cannot produce enough fuel to move goods anywhere. And that's just going to continue to play out. So anyways, that's that. What are we at? We're at 4:18. So we got 11 minutes and change. I haven't looked at the Qs at all. Imagine they don't look very healthy as well. The Qs actually have no, they don't have any further to fall. Get that pre-pandemic level. They ain't looking so healthy either, though. Just really interesting to see this. I mean, really textbook stuff here on those head and shoulders. Call the neckline, something like that. Measure the top of the head here. So that same length you want to come down. You know, it's about where it puts us down at this 260 level. Like I said, we could do that in 2 days easily. Maybe even a touch below 257, 258. Yeah, I think we just continue to grind. I don't know that I'm also of the opinion we never see big capitulation. I mean, I think there are people that are going to argue that this is capitulation these 3 days. I didn't really feel a capitulation. Maybe, I don't know, maybe after the violent 2,000 point swings in 2020, I just don't see the market quite the same after that. I mean, I don't think any of us will ever see something like that again. I hope none of us ever see anything like that again, because that'll mean really terrible things for the world. So while it's exciting and historical and scary and all these crazy things and, you know, being a part of history, once was good enough for me. But I don't know. I guess this is, like I said, I never felt like this was capitulation. I don't think we get that. I think we just continue to grind and continue to do what we're doing, you know. Here was the top, you know, we came down and bounced a little bit. We came down, we bounced. We ground down, we bounced a little bit. We came down. This is probably closer to this here. This move here is probably closer to this move here. All right. And then, you know, maybe another day or two of kind of waffling here. And then we'll probably get some sort of bounce back up again. You know, we'll run into resistance again before we continue down lower. And I think the path of least resistance for the summer anyways, going to be lower. And unless something dramatically changes, unless, you know, big governments around the world have a big change of heart in letting refineries open and putting more fossil fuel out there, period, I think there's a lot more pain to be had. It's just, you know, think this starts to become more economics than anything else. And all we can do is play the charts that those economics are giving us. As Matthew Verdow says, we are technical traders who live in a fundamental world, and the fundamentals are very broken on a lot of things right now. And there's going to have to be a continued liquidation until something changes on that fundamental basis. So we got a couple minutes left. Fire away. If we got another question or two for me here, please. All right. My light. Anything going on here? A lot of green on my light today after probably quite a bit of sell-off. So, all right, let's take a look at some of these. All right, QFIN, China, right? Not too bad looking here. Gapped up, held that gap, up a buck on that gap, plus a little. And that's a line right there to look at. If you can get above this, right? We're looking up here again. So once again, China. This one, pharmaceutical, so very dangerous. But that's a pretty big line. I did not draw that very well at all. Let's take a look here. At the bottom there, that's pretty significant. I'd say inflection point. You know, you got that here. And all through here, comes back and tags it here, tags it there. The more times it touches the line, the more significant it is, right? So that's a pretty big deal. This might be something to keep on your radar. Not a big mover, not dynamic, but 100 mil on the float, give or take. I suspect we see something more like 08 than the bear market of 2018 or the bear market of 2020. Because technically we had bear market in 2018 and at the end of 2018. And, technically the COVID bear market, even though it was lasted for 3 days or whatever ridiculousness it was a bear market. You also had a lot of sideways action 2014, 2015. So I think just being able to weather it is going to be your real key, like anybody else's really. Look at a SPY. Let's give it. Let's go to a weekly chart here. Come out a little bit. So you got this. Now it wasn't a bear market necessarily, but look at all this time. The SPY really didn't go anywhere. It didn't go up for all this time, and that covers, the end of 2014 all the way into 2016. I mean, the market literally went sideways that whole time. So there's that, For me, Michael always says, "Oh, people never count this as a bear market. It's the most, forgotten bear market of all time." And for me, it's not that I forget it, but it's like that is not what should have happened on a pandemic at all. No. All right. So I think, what we're seeing play out is that shouldn't have happened, and it's going to fix itself. Eventually, over time, the market always regulates itself. And this is going back. This is 2010 coming out of that Great Recession. I don't know how far back this actually goes. That might be it. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be it. That'll be it for our chart data here. So, wish it was a logarithmic chart. But again, a lot of pauses and stops along the way. And then, you get this beautiful, nice little lift. And then back to what we just discussed. This is, 2014 going into 2016 right here. And this is right after the 2016 election, basically, I think. And then this is 2018 right there. All right. And here's 2020. So that's what we're looking at here. So we can see these things, these events can be pretty prolonged. They can be really short. I think we're going to get something more like this for time-wise. Obviously, we're going to see more of a sell-off. There wasn't a sell-off here. It was just a flat market. Yeah, hard telling, not knowing. I mean, to say never, I think over I plan to be alive for at least another 60 plus years. My hope anyways. I'm looking for a really long life, but all the same, I'm pretty sure I'll see something similar. Something to the effect of this. See, here's the problem. This is a chart crime right now. If we had this on a logarithmic scale, this would not look like this big move as compared to some of these moves right here at all. So keep that in mind, that this is an analog scale, not a logarithmic scale, because the move from 300 to 400 is not the same as the move from 100 to 200. This here should actually look a lot more like that. And this here should look more like this actually on a logarithmic scale. And so this should actually show a bit more of a steep move, and this should show more of a flat move, but that's not how it works in an analog scale. So keep that in mind, because if you put in an analog scale of charts, if you put the COVID crash up against the crash of the Great Depression of 1929, the COVID crash looks bigger, but it is not even close to what it looks like on a logarithmic chart to what the Great Depression's crash really was. And the same if you did like 1987, Black Monday. The same idea on that. So this is a bit of a chart crime on some of this. So keep those things in mind. If you're not familiar with looking at long-term charts and logarithmic charts versus analog charts, it's a very big difference between the two of those and what they look like in scaling, because the move from 100 to 200 is much more significant than the move to 300 to 400. This is a 100% increase, right? That is not a 100% increase, right? That's how that works. A move from 50 to 100 is much more significant on a logarithmic chart than it is on an analog chart. That's just how it works. So, all right, everybody, that's going to be a wrap for me. I have asked a question at MFI, but then had to leave. Any idea on the MFI to look for divergences? I'm sorry, Blue Moon. That's not my specialty. I've never used the MFI. So I really don't have anything to give you on that. I think you're going to look for it on divergences the same you would as like if you were looking at RSI divergences or anything else like that. So, I really don't have much to add to it. Michael did two different sessions on it already. You can send an email in for us. Don't they look good again? I mean, I'd like to see them continue the uptrend. You know, they gapped down and stayed down right now. So hold on, SUPORT at trade.com. Send an email there and say, hey, you know, can Michael send me maybe a couple of screenshots or charts of what one would look like, would look for with the MFI, and I'll make sure it gets forwarded to Michael. But essentially, you know, you're going to want to look at, you know, when the money's flowing out of stuff, but the, you know, what it's going to show is, you know, let's pretend that this pink line is the money flow, right, moving down. And let's pretend this blue line is the stock price. When you see the money's moving down and the stock price is moving up, at some point, that's got to go this way because there's no more money flowing into it, essentially. And that's the idea behind divergences. You know, that's the short part of it, like that. So, all right, everybody, that's a wrap for me today. I appreciate you all coming in. Tomorrow, Wednesday, everything going to be continuing the way it is for the moment anyways. I'm still working on getting Zoom back up again, and we'll see how that all goes. So, all right, thanks everybody for popping in. Appreciate it. Tell your friends, tell your cousins, tell your aunts, tell your dog, tell your turtle, tell everybody about trade ideas. All right, get them in this live stream. Keep me company with you folks. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.